started with a little bit of a song. It's from a game. Do you know? Do you know where this is from? Do you know this song? If not, then I will show you.
So this is why.
Tales of Fantasia. I will show you something, okay? I will show you. Where is it? Where is it? Tales of Fantasia. Tales of Fantasia is like it is like one of the last games on the Super Nintendo and one of the games that tested the system the most. You know? I will show you. The version on the Super Nintendo. It was the first Tales of game on the Super Nintendo. Like first of Tales of game. And like one of the... It was one of the first games that used singing in a game. I will show you the SNES version of the intro. But first, let's let the song finish. The song title is Yume wa Owaranai. The dream does not end. Did you know? I bet you did not know. Song is finishing, and we will look at the SNES, Super Famicom, Super Nintendo intro to what the first entry to one of the greatest series of games, Japanese RPGs. Yume wa Owaranai. Yume wa Owaranai. Okay. So let's take a look at the Super Nintendo version. You will be impressed. Look. This is how the intro looked on the Super Nintendo.
この世に悪があるとすれば、それは人の心だ。Very impressive game for its time, you know?
voice acting. The dream does not end. Waranai means doesn't end. Because it comes from the word owaru, and the negative version of owaru, owaranai. I think the title of the song will be shown during this intro. The dream will never die. Oh, there you go. The dream doesn't end. Files will debate me? It's a very special game, Giggles, Tales of Fantasia. What, the Kefals want to debate me? Debate me, Kefals. See? This game is heavily influenced by the designer that they ended up going with. The designer of a manga, like the mangaka that made the manga Oh My Goddess, you know? And you can see the influence, you can see the that the design has very Oh My Goddess-like feeling to it, right? And the game is really, really good. We will play it on stream one day. Okay? So I'm looking forward to this. So today's plan is, if Kefaz does not call in to debate me, then we will play some Final Fantasy VI, and then we will continue with the debate that the Ranburns had with Datanki. That is our plan for today. So first we play Final Fantasy VI to warm up a bit, and to get in the mood we will listen to some nice music, and then we will do the painful thing. Okay? I will not just throw you into the deep waters of painful things before even, letting you relax a little bit. We are ready? To play some Final Fantasy VI together as a family, and then we will discuss the Ranburns while playing Doom, because you love Doom. Doom is your favorite game, isn't it? I bet you love Doom. Doom, Doom, Doom. Doomer Boomer. Okay. Always ready? Come on. On a scale of from 1 to 1 billion million, how do you like this game? I bet it's 1 billion million, right? because this game is really good. Now loading? Wait, now loading? What's happening? What's loading so long? Okay, let's go. Figaro. Hello, Figaros. Oh my gosh. I left right away. Hello, Figaros. Halt. Oh, it's you. Proceed. This is Figaro, the desert castle. The desert castle. The Figaro castle engine room is down the stairs. The engineers are real gigglers. I'm sorry, I can't take you down there. It's too dangerous. Let me go where I want to go. Hey, Connor. Hello. We will play some Final Fantasy and then we will continue the run burns. Look, you are in jail. These good-for-nothing brigands have been locked up for thievery, and worse, you'd best keep a safe distance. I cannot even go in, you perverse. Okay, I go. I go. If you don't like me or want me, then I go. I go here. I talk with you. Go and speak to the king, or else what? Go and speak to the king, or else what? You won't know by looking at it, but this castle is loaded with advanced technology. For example, whoops, heck, it's all top secret. Oh my gosh. Why didn't you tease me like this if it's all top secret, you pervert? Top secret pervert. I go here. What is this? Who are you? Welcome. Woo! Item seller. Okay, what do we buy? Potion? Finida? I know Finida. I need at least 2 Finida. Gold needle. Okay, let's go. Let's get out of here. Dagger. Mithril knife. Terra starts with the mithril knife, not just a dagu. Welcome. Auto crossbow. Antidote. Potion. Look at here. Nothing here? Okay, I go upstairs. Oh, item! Finida! So it's good that we came here because we got a Finida. It's good to explore. Remember, in RPGs, unless you explore, you will get explored yourself if you will not explore. Okay. Hello. Go and speak to the king, or else what? Go and speak. Stop ordering me around. Oh, what's here? Is this the king? I am the queen now. I sit at the throne, so that makes me queen. Hello. You mean this young woman is? Hello, hello, come on. Yeah, who are you? Oh, my apologies. How rude of me to turn my back to a lady on our very first meeting. Is that you mean it's okay to turn your back on the second meeting? The young king of Figaro Castle, imperial ally and champion of the technological revolution. Edgar! Edgy Edgar. I am Edgy Edgar, the king of Figaro. Heh, surprised that someone like me knows a king? Well, I'll catch you two later. Oh, that was quick, you just said without a word. So you're an Imperial soldier, right? Don't worry. Figaro and Empire are allies, said Edgy Edgar. Feel free to rest here for as long as you like. It's not in my blood to harm a laddie. Why are you being so kind to me? Is it because of my abilities? I'll give you 3 reasons. First of all, your beauty has captivated me. Second, I'm dying to know I'm your type. I guess your abilities would be rank a distant third. Huh? What's the matter? Guess my technique's getting a bit rusty, said Edgy Edgar. You're too edgy. I suppose some girls would have felt something from those words, but not me. I'm a freak! Okay. It's because you're green hair SJW. Hello everyone. Welcome to this Final Fantasy VI playthrough. Actually, I have to make a confession, okay? Recently, when I've been going out, I think I froze-burned my foot because my foot is full of little wounds now. You know? So my foot is full of little wounds now from the freezing, from the cold. I did not protect myself enough from the winter colds. Where am I supposed to go? Vigler? Okay, we'll try to find Edgy Edgar. Oh, the prison. Hello. Let's talk to the prisoners. Talk to me! I demand to see Edgar. How dare they keep us in this stinking pit? Talk to me, please. Oh, something smells terrible in here. Oh, I think it's me! Usually you don't smell your own smell. Wolf boy. It's a wolf boy. Talk to me, please. I'm lone wolf in pickpocket. Okay. Okay. Talk to me, please. Come here. Talk to me, please. Relax, my boys are just blowing up some steam. I'm sure King Edgar will let us out of here in no time. We're just small potatoes compared to the real threat lurking out there. King Edgar knows that. Oh yeah? You're gonna stay here for life. Okay. Like, this person is naive if this person thinks you're gonna just... Oh yeah, I know, you cowards. Okay, let's go into the room. Rest for a bit? No. Who are you? Hello, pretty girl. Our king showers his attention on women. Young or pretty or plain, no one is safe. Sounds like a pervert. Not too long ago, the king tried to hit on the high priestess. Oh, did she ever let him have it? I'm sure he's made a pass or two to you already, hasn't he? What a pervert. Okay, let's go downstairs now. I'm gonna click on this, I'm gonna click on this, we're gonna look for secret passages. You know? It's my duty. Chocobo! Talk to me. This is Figaro on the desert castle. Talk to me, please. This is Figaro. You're repeating yourself. You're like drones. You're like NPCs. Who are you? Edgar has a twin brother, you know. He was such a nice boy, always thinking of his family. Oh, backstory time. Backstory time. Edgar, what's wrong with Dad? Why is everyone talking about a successor? Are you blind? Haven't you seen how thin his face has become? What do you mean? Edgar. Are you crying? Edgar's twin brother, who traded the throne for his own freedom. Sabine! It is you, Sabine. Ah yes, Sabine. I'm sure he's a fine young man by now. He was just a boy when he left, even smaller than his brother. I often wonder what he is now and what he's doing. He didn't look so small in the retrospective. Hello. His Majesty said he'd marry me when I got old enough. That's sus as heck. That is sus. The dark underbelly of Final Fantasy VI. Okay, let's go. Let's just pretend this conversation never happened. The Gestadian Emperor has already overthrown all three of the other nations on the southern continent. It's only a matter of time before they make their way up here. Wow. The evil empire. It's like Star Wars, isn't it? Okay. Let's go here. Now we'll not rest. Don't order me. I laugh. Scholars all over the world are busy studying magic, but you can only learn so much about something without seeing it. The ancients once wielded a force known as magic. Those who mastered the art were called magi. I cannot even read the books. Why are there bookshelves here if I cannot read the books? This is so unfair. You agree with me that this isn't fair? I want to read books, but I cannot. This is Figaro, Desert Castle. They keep saying the same thing to me. Are they mocking me? Are you mocking me? Can I? This is my bed now. This is my secret base. I am the queen. The advanced weapons and other items we manufacture here are shipped to South Figaro. Said me. Said I. Because I am the queen. It was the best, Giggler. You should watch it. You should watch it today with us. Come on! Okay. I think I need to sleep. Let's go. The game is forcing me. Even though I don't want to. I don't want to sleep. But I have no choice. Let's go. Aww. Wait, I wasn't supposed to just sleep, okay? Kefka is coming to the city. My favorite boy, Kafka. Hello. You're back, King. Well, how do you like my castle? King Edgar, there's someone from the Empire here to see you, Sirei. Kafka, no doubt. Fui! Emperor Gestalt's stupid orders! Edgar, you pinhead, why do you have to live out in the middle of stinking desert? These wrecking jobs are the pits. Ahem, there's sand on my boots. All gone, sir. Pathetic idiots! Sir Kafka, what in the world brings you out of my way? I control Edgar now. This game is known for the fact that it does not actually have a main protagonist. This game has an ensemble cast, so every character is supposedly equally main character. Does that make sense? So it doesn't have one single main character. All of the characters are main characters. Even this pervert. You wouldn't be thinking of invading my kingdom next, would you? We have an alliance. An alliance? With this miserable little sandpit? Don't make me laugh. I hear you've been busy down south, taking every country or three. Just what is the Empire up to? That's none of your concern. What brings the Emperor Gestalt's own court mage Kafka to my humble castle? A girl of no importance recently escaped from us. We heard she found refuge here. This wouldn't have to do with that witch everyone's been whispering about, would it? Lies. She merely stole something of minor value. Is she here? That's a tough one. There are more girls in here than grains of sand in the desert. A man couldn't possibly keep track of them all. Oh, Edgar, you know you only stand to lose by trying to hide her from us. Hehehehe! I truly hope nothing happens to your precious Figaro. Bye-bye. And then he left. After making threats to me. Hello, Locke. I didn't like the sound of that. Where's Terra? Take her to her room. I love to stay and chat, but the can't sell out and I have some planning to do. Being a king's not all tea and crumpets, now if you'll excuse me. Bye. And then he left. I will gonna do both. After this, we are going to play the whole series basically. So we will be playing Final Fantasy VII, but first we are going to go back and play Final Fantasy IV, the remake. Okay? We are going to play every Final Fantasy game. Follow me. We might even play Mystic Quest. Come on. Where are you? So yeah, first we played the original. Come on! I better rest until 3. Yes. All the available ones. Let me see. Where are we going anyway? Where's my room? Where did you go, Loki? Where did Loki go? Have you seen Loki? My gosh. What do you mean the release order? If I said in remaking the release order, what do you mean? Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on this thing you just said to me? Explain to me! Explain yourself to me. Or else I might have to arrest you. In the name of the law. Come on. I will arrest you. Where are we going? I hope I will find my way. I will find my way in this fog. I think we have to go here. But there are not many options left. It's okay. Come here, my boy. He's seducing me! Yeah, we will play FF8 before, yeah. Lucky's seducing me! I am waiting for you in bed, Lucky. Lucky, I'm waiting for you in bed. Come on. Get in bed. Well, there is no space for you in this bed. This bed is a trap. You are not fit unless we do some weird magic. Okay, I got bored of waiting. What do you want? Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you around like this without giving you a chance to rest time. Lucky, right? Edgar told me about you. Is it true that you're a thief? I'm a treasure hunter! On the surface, Edgar pretends to be to support the Empire. Truth is, he's collaborating with an underground resistance group called the Returners. I serve as their go-between. The old man you met in Narsha is one of us too. The Empire, but I'm an Imperial soldier. Not anymore. They were using you, that's all. Things are different now. It's just, I don't know what I should do. Whether I try to think, it just makes my head hurt even worse. Yeah, my head hurts when I try to think as well. All that matters is that you make your own decisions from now on. Try not to think too hard right now. You'll know what you want to do when the time comes. Come on. Bye. And then he just left. But how will I know which choice is right? Said Tina, who is actually Terra. I had a nightmare. Huh? What in the... Buringing! What's going on? Is the Empire Kafka here? What do you think you're doing? The castle! The castle! Fire! Fire! Crazy soldier! Fire! Fire! Another crazy soldier. These soldiers are crazy. Bring me the girl! Now! I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh? Then enjoy the barbecue. Come on! Get her ready. Yes, sir. Had a change of heart? It seems I have no choice. Come on! Or perhaps I do. Oh my, the brave and noble king abandons his people to save his own skin. How utterly delightful. Hehehe. Jump! Come on, come on! Alright, sink her into the sand. Yahoo! Wow, Transformers! Is that cheesy? It's amazing! Wait, really? Thank you! Giggler, should I play Nier Automata first or Replicant? Should Replicant be played first or Automata? Wow, thank you so much. Go kill them! Thank you so much, Connor. Ooh. Bam. Steel! Magi! What's the matter, Edgar? What made you jump like that all of a sudden? Did you see just what I saw? You did, right? Yeah, this kid's really something, huh? Really something? That was magic! 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 She used magic? Whisper, whisper. Whisper, whisper. Terra. Your name was Terra. Or sometimes Tina. Right? What exactly was that just now? I'm sorry, No, we're the ones who should be apologizing. I didn't mean to make such a big deal out of it. Nor did I. It just surprised me. I mean, I've never actually seen magic before. Where did you... It doesn't matter, does it, Edgar? Tara can use magic and we can't. That's all there is to it. The fact is, her magic could really help us right now. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, Edgy Edgar. Wink. Aww. Swoon. Come on. Tool. Steady. Fire. Tool. Aha, gata finida. Steel. Boink. Hypotion. Come on. Don't kill Terra. Finida. Boink. You're so weak. I have to cure you. Steel. Whee! Come on. Woohoo. Nice. Nicely done. Bio Blaster. Steely. Yee! Pa-pa-da! Uma, 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 pa-pa-da, pa-pa-da, pa-pa-pa, pura, 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 pa-pa-da, pa-pa-da, pa-da, pa. Uma, uma, pa-pa, 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 pa. they do a little spin before. Ideally, you should probably go Drakengard 1 near Replicant, Drakengard 3 near Automata Bad, Drakengard J Circle Emulation. I will seek it out. Bye-bye. I love suffering in games. I love suffering. Son of a sandworm, you'll pay for this, you pervert. That was great. Were those bad people? I'm scared. Terra, there's someone we'd like you to meet. Like I told you before, we're members of the Resistance, the Turners. Would you be willing to meet our leader? Magic is going to be the key to winning this war. Magic. That is reacted to your magic powers. There is gonna be a relationship. I don't know any more than you do. Those powers just come naturally to me. But no human is born with the powers you have. I am inhuman! I am a free! Forgive me. What should I do? The Empire will be coming after us. They want your powers for their own. And if they can get them, the world is done for. Terra, you want to understand your own powers, don't you? Then I think you should meet with Banon. Banon? He may be able to help you find out more about why you have them. Please, Edgar's right. There is a cave just south of here that leads to South Figaro. Let's head in that direction. Oh, thank you. I am interested. Let's play them on stream. We will suffer on stream. I love suffering, and I bet you love suffering as well. Come on! Chocobo! Chocobo. We save game. Okay. What is this place? Romantic place. Chocobo. What is this whistle noise? I really like the Final Fantasy VII Chocobo noise. Like, you know? That's the best Chocobo noise. The one from Final Fantasy VII. That's, for me, is the canon Chocobo noise. King Edgar, where are you headed, Sirei? Through the cave and eastward to South Figaro. We'll then make for the Returnus headquarters in the north. Return to the castle and pass the word along. Understood, Sirei? Take care! Come on! Okay, let's go. I am ready. It's a turtle! Recovery spring. Hello, Turtle. Talk to me, Turtle! Turtle! Why doesn't this Turtle talk to me? Oh my gosh, so many enemies. Steal! I'm not a thief, I just happen to be stealing from everybody. Couldn't steal! You're a lame thief. Edgar is overpowered. What do you mean? What's impressive? Yeah, I stole the potion. It was all me. Recovery spring. The turtle does not want to talk to me. Okay, let's go. Let's go over here. Ah, that was just whistling. That's just like a whistle with a tone. You know? You just have to whistle in a specific way. Steal! Magic! Bio Blaster! Pa-pa-pa-da-pa-pa-pa. Uma, 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 pa-pa-da-pa-pa-da-pa-pa-pa-pa. Okay, let's go. I am here. Is a package here? Are you impressed? Well, I'm not gonna steal. I'm not gonna wanna walk with Edgar. We're gonna walk with Tina. Obtain Ether. Wow. Ether is the best item. I'm so excited for the Ether. It's my favorite item in the whole game. How much does it cure? 50 magic points! I can't believe! I'm so excited. Wait, why can't I go here? What's here? Nothing's here. The game teases me. Hello, bee. I steal you. Star potion. I will steal everything from everybody. Really? Couldn't steal. I should sing it more then. I steal! I steal potion! Yeah, let's go. Edgar is truly overpowered at the start of the game. Tool, Bio Blaster. I will sing! Pa 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 ta. Uma 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 pa pa ra pa pa ra pa pa pa. Uma uma pa pa ra pa ra pa ra pa ra. Uma 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 pa ra pa ra pa pa. Okay. Do you like Terra more or Celeste? Who do you like more? Press 1 if you like Tina/Terra or 2 if you like Celeste. Because this will be the character that will be seeing on screen. Lucy's a chocobo? Lucy's a duck. Do you know who I am? I am like that girl from One Piece. Do you know? Browser. I will show you, okay? VV One Piece. Boom. Because Vivi has a duck. Yeah, Vivi has a duck. This is me. Vivi from One Piece is a duck. Come on. Vivi from One Piece. Do you see? Yeah. Come on. This is when One Piece is the best manga. He has ducks. Although this ducky has weird feet. But it's okay, the beak is correct. This is like a docobo. Okay, what's here? Oh, there's a packagee here. Let's go get the packagee. Packagee! Finida! I love the Finida. Ooh. Fire poison. Tool. Edgar is the most overpowered person in this universe. Bioblaster. Destroy. Couldn't steal. Too bad. What the heck? I miss. Okay. We go here. I need more equipment. I need better weapons. I go here. Where am I now? Go here. Beautiful map theme. Let's listen to it a bit as I use skill. Okay. Beautiful game. Magic at Elite. What is in here? A city! We save game. Let's go buy some stuff. This map theme will always be beautiful. For the first million times. This map thing will never stop being beautiful. But yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go ransack somebody's house. As you do in Japanese RPGs. Antidote. Eye drops. I'm gonna ransack this city. Beyond mud courts is like the Sabre Mountains. Is this someone's house? Hello. Give me your items. You look like that student of Dukan's. Hello. Huh? Kids aren't allowed in here? Okay, fine. And then she stayed. That man at the counter got a nasty look about him. Ooh, let's go meet him. I heard the Emperor's been invading one town after another. I wonder how safe we are in Sao Figaro. Hello. Are you my friend? Dude, Dokan's been training his boy Vargas along with his other students. He's always grumbling about how the kid never seems to be making any progress. I make progress! Hello, doggy. What? Woof. Dots! Right, ignore us and maybe we'll just disappear. Back off, okay? That guy looks familiar. He comes and goes like the wind, swearing allegiance to no one. Hidden behind his wintry gaze, lays a fesse no one to know who live. Shadow. Enter. Shadow. Hello, Shadow. Yeah, that's Shadow, alright. He's an assassin. He'd kill his own best friend for the right price. Guess we'd better steer clear of him. Or pay you to join us. Dots. Talk to me, please. Talk to me, come on. Don't ignore me. Wow, that's so rude, eh? Well, okay. Let's go through this door. That was so rude. Hello. I'm gonna ransack your room. We're in bed together. Are we married now? Are we a married couple? We are in bed together. Figaro Castle stood up to the Empire. Great, now we'll all be drawn into the war. We are gossiping in bed! Wow. Well, that was romantic, but now I have to go. I will sneak out from the bed. This bed is mine. This bed is mine as well. This bed is mine as well. This bed is mine as well. The 101st is that Dalmatian. All of these words are in the Bible. What is here? Welcome, A. Who spring shoe? Shoes enchant to make the wearer move faster. Double walking speed. Come on! Silvery mad spectacles prevent darkness. A star-shaped pendant with a jewel in its center prevents poison. A handsome ring set with a large gemstone prevents petrification. A book detailing knighthood's moral code causes the bearer to cover critically wounded allies. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm gonna give this to none other than you. Because you're the best character. You can gain all kinds of abilities by equipping relics. These shoes double my walking speed. Watch this. Relics can grant you a variety of abilities. For example, spring shoes double your walking speed. You can run. They added running in the remaster. What's the point of those shoes? A gauntlet lets you hold a weapon with both hands to increase damage. The knight's coat makes you shield others in combat. Dragoon boots allow you to perform jump attacks. A person can equip up to 2 relics at the same time. Give me the darn gauntlet. Okay, I guess not. Okay, let's buy something else. I think so. Should there be comment? Should there be a comment below? Should I edit? I did. How do I? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's go here again. It's the shadow music again. I can believe! Let's go to the underground. What's here? Oh, I will steal all of your items. With pleasure. There's nothing here. Is there a secret passage? No. Out of my way! I've gotta get this cedar over to the old timer, cause see, some of us have jobs. Stop lying about having a job. I'm in bed now. Hello. Okay, let's get out of here. We've drank quite enough for today. I think we have drank too much. Who are you? What kind of dummies would go and make the Empire mad? Me! It was me. Green cherry? Cures the imp status. Green cherry. Green? Green, green. You have a job? Really? I wonder if we'll really come to war. Maybe I should return home now, before it's too late. Where is home? Hello, Arcael. Look at this. It's a game. It's called Final Fantasy VI. Let's go in this room and steal all the items. Bucket. Who are you? The city's eastern border, so attacking from the wood. Hey, what do you think you're doing, barging in here when I'm trying to write a letter? Oh, sorry, I'm the richest man in town, but even that doesn't keep me from being startled. Who are you? There's always a nasty draft in this room, or where it's coming from. I'm afraid I'll catch a cold. Nasty draft? I bet there's a secret passage here. But where? I'm in bed now. This bed is mine. Package. Oh, that's just a box. Ooh! I knew there was a secret passage here. Oh. It's a job in the Final Fantasy. What's this? Bucket! Bucket! Oh, save point! Is there a save point here? Books! Nice. Items! 500 gil! Just for me! Let's steal all of the items here. The note card is ticking. 1,000 gil? Wow. Wowzers browsers. 1,500 gil. Empty. What the? I've gotten a... It's not ticking. Okay, let's get out of here before someone catches me for stealing all that money. Okay, let's go here. I think... Let's get out of here. Let's find a weapons store to spend all of that money. When you get money, you have to spend. That's the nature of consumerism. Let's go. Yeah. Clank, 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 clank. I'm Magitech Armor. Well, I have to destroy you. My dad's super important, so important people come here for dinner all the time. Even General Le... General Le. I forgot what I was going to say. You're so bad at lying to me. Okay, let's get out of here. Wait, what's in here? Weapons! Are you ready to do some spending? This looks like a syringe. Does that look like a sword? Or does that look like a syringe? I will let you decide, okay? But I think it looks like a syringe. Which often makes me think that this is just a drugstore. I know what my PC specs are. Also, I do have a PS3. I have a PS3, but I don't have a capture card. So I need a capture card. Great sword! Ooh. Mithril sword. Okay, watch this. Great sword. Great sword. Mithril sword. Wow. But yes, I have a PS3, but I lack the... I lack the... What do you call it? No, come on, what do you call it? The capture card. I think I can. My specs... How do I check my specs? Tell me how to check my specs. How do I check my specs, Kigler? Come on! Heavy shield! Heavy shield! Arab. How do I check my spec? Heavy shield? Wow, magic defense 62. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Love to see it, Giglan. Heavy shield? Cotton robe. Wow, cotton robe. Manager, devices or whatever. Where is the manager? I am calling the manager. I'm not Karen. Let's see, manager. I am calling the manager. Device manager. Device or whatever. System devices. I don't know. Processors? Connor, you should not debate me. DM me. Okay, I will DM you my processor and also a drawing. I DM you. I DM you my processor. It's this. This is my processor. Okay, come on! I will scratch my head because I know that scratching your head makes your head scratched. Okay, let's go. I'm not making any sense, am I? Heavy shield? Kempogi? Plumeha? Oh my gosh, I got so many good weapons now. I am indestructible. I think I'm ready to beat the game. I think I'm ready to beat this game. Who are you? Are you my friend? Head east and you'll see mid-cults. Don't order me. You're not my boss. You know you're not my boss. Teleport stone. What does that do? Teleport stone. Enhanced with the teleport spell. Removes the party from a dungeon or battle. I didn't even know Final Fantasy VI had items like that. And I've beaten this game like 3 times already. Okay, let's go to the item store. It's true! It's true though. Welcome. Tent. Oh, I cannot afford anything. Screw you. I will not save you later. Like, this is what happens. I save the world, but people still expect me to pay. Like, this is not fair. I'm gonna steal items from your house. I bet this is your house, and I'm gonna steal. Click, click, click. Nothing here. Hello, boy. My grandpa used to be a servant for the richest family in town. He got fired. My work here is done. You're in my way. Move it. What do you want from me, you pervert? Lying about having a job. I don't like strangers. Bring me some cider and maybe I'll talk to you. Oh. Okay. You drunk? Items? Potion! I knew it. I'm stealing from you. What is here? Oh. Hello, boy. Did you see how cool Figaro Castle looks as it move along through the sand? No, but I suppose that would have been kind of hard while being underground at all. What are you? Oh! I'm gonna stalk you. Where are you going? Let's go to the underground again. This game has so many things to do. It's amazing. I'm taking this. But I can't? What the hell? The old man told me to get him cider, but I cannot even get it. This game is boosted. This game is bad. 1 out of 10 game. There's one thing I will debate about, and that is Yokoverse lore. What is Yokoverse? What is Yokoverse? I don't know what that is. Is it something related to... Have you seen the talk that Kefals had with Dylan Burns? Have you seen that talk? What do you think? The big house in the north of the town belongs to the richest family. Okay, yeah. This town's defenses are tight. Even with the Magitech armor, the Imperials won't find it easy to get inside. What? This town looks so unguarded. Exactly! Like, this is so not fair. I know, right? I was playing another RPG last night, Legend of Legaia. Saved the town from mist that turned everyone into soulless monsters and couldn't afford any of the equipment from the shop after. True. My husband, Duncan, is a martial artist. He's famous even in Figaro to the north. He took his students to Mount Cults for meditation and training, so he probably won't be able to burp. I'm going downstairs. No, don't stop me. Save point? So many save points in this city. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm out of here. Okay. We have to beat at least a little bit of the game before we listen to Dylan Burns. What do you think of Dylan Burns? Write in the chat what you think of Dylan Burns, and I will judge your opinions. I'm gonna be the judge. I'm gonna judge you. Because I'm very judgmental. I'm more judgmental than you know. I judge everything all the time. Yeah, capitalist. What is here? Ooh, a small place. Hello, I am steal your vegetables. I cannot even steal vegetables. What sort of a game is this? Let's go inside. What's that smell? It's your own farce. I'm in this bed now. Okay, no, let's not rest in a stranger's bed. This teeth was his favorite. Those dishes, they're just like the ones he always used. These flowers, he always liked these. How do you know so much about your brother? You pervert. True. I agree. Ever since Dylan stopped being a hippie, became much better. Could Sabine be living here? Who are you? Hey. Do you happen to know where I could find the man who lives here? Sure do. Left a couple of days ago, soon as he heard Master Duncan had been killed. Headed up into the mountains. They say Duncan's son Vargas is missing too. I don't like it one bit. Where are you going? You pervert, stay! Oh my gosh. Is it really an RPG if you can steal everything that isn't nailed down? True! But maybe those vegetables are nailed down. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Mount Cattles. Ooh. I'm excited. Steal! Couldn't steal? The fail. Couldn't steal? Look! Come on, steal! Steal! Couldn't steal? I will steal until I can steal. Steal! Couldn't steal? Steal! Steal, you worthless bastard! Maybe now. Oh my gosh. No! I want to steal from you. Bandana! There we go. Yeah, use your favorite. That is good, we're playing it now. Ta -ta -ta -ta. Hello, Mecha Bouncy Bunny. Ta -ta 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 -ta. Okay, let's equip the bandana. What does it do? Bandana? Ooh, very good. Behemoth hair. We will give the bandana to Terra or Tina. Hello! Hello, G-Spoon. How do you like Lucy's content? How are you enjoying Lucy's content? Do you see how deep the content is? Do you see how deep this ducky hole goes? I am giving deep commentary, deep political commentary. I will break on a trigger on stream. Do you know? Couldn't steal. Luck is so worthless. How do you like my deep political commentary? antidote. Those are not very good items. Okay, gold needle. And then we're gonna use a tool. Let's go. I've got a special tool for you. Bio Blaster. I destroy you. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you, Giggler. If you love my content, then consider becoming a Patreon. It always helps me not to die. Patreon. Even $1 is a lot to me because your currency is more powerful than mine. If you're from the US. If you're from Poland, then our currencies are the same. But you are from the US or from the rest of Europe, then euro and dollars are more powerful than, than me. Okay, let's go inside. What's happening here? Okay, where do I go? I think I'll go downstairs. If I can. I can! Let's go downstairs. Package! Main gauche. What is this? Ooh. 59. Oh my gosh. I love Chrono Trigger, but I also like Chrono Cross, even if it was very different. The changes in Chrono Cross were big, but I think Chrono Cross deserves some love. Do you not? I steal from you. Couldn't steal. I need to steal the second bandana. Come on, give me bandana. Do you like Chrono Cross? I love Japanese RPGs. It's my favorite genre. Japanese RPGs are my favorite games in the world. So if you like Japanese RPGs, then you will love my streams because that's the main type of games that I will play on stream. Even though it's not always like the most dynamic game. Do you know what I mean? There's a remaster out, which I might play on stream. It's not a full-fledged remake, it's more like a remaster. Steal! Couldn't steal, I can't believe. I kick your butt. No! Ah. Was I here already? No. Giga Gloves! A glove said to have belonged to a mighty Giga. Boosts the world's physical power. Giga Glove! Okay, let's equip the Giga Glove. And then, let's give you the Star Pendant. exciting. Let's see how strong you are now. Nice. You're so useless, Loke. I need something that will raise the stealing chance. Couldn't steal. Annoying. Zidane in 9 is so better at stealing than you. Stealing works far better in Final Fantasy 9. Let me steal from you! Hey, listen. We will play Final Fantasy 15 on stream, so there's nothing to embarrass about. Plus, I really love camping and cooking in Final Fantasy 15, okay? I love that aspect of the game. I think Final Fantasy 15 had a lot of cool aspects to them, you know? People hate it a lot, but I think it gets more hate than it deserves. Even though I have not finished it yet, but I have played it a bit. And oh my gosh! Is the audience patient enough to watch me do this? Banana! Die, you bastard! Come on! We did it. Okay. Stolen goods. Now we are indestructible. We are unbeatable now. Now we can go and beat the whole game. I'm ready to beat the game now. I think I'm in the end game now. Bio Blast. I agree, Lucy. FF15 has some great aspects. Parts of the story are really good and the environments are gorgeous and you can help but love those goth boys, yeah. And also camping. If camping in Final Fantasy 15 was so good that Tales of Arise stole the aspects and did its own camping, okay? Camping in Final Fantasy 15 was so good that other games stole that aspect. So no one can say that camping was bad in Final Fantasy 15 because other games did it as well. Still. Potion, okay. Wow. Apprentice Warrior. How many people got this achievement, I wonder? Wow. I wonder how many people beat this game. Yeah, the camping is best thing. Tent, which I will use in a second. Oh no. Good thing I got best weapons. Or else we'd be in trouble. What the heck? Pa, pa, pa. Finida! Pata, 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 pata. Let's go here. This game was such an upgrade compared to Final Fantasy V. Can you believe that we've already beaten Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on stream? I cannot believe it. But we did it. We have beaten 5 Final Fantasy games on stream. I'm so shocked. I'm more shocked than you. And I know that you get shocked really easily. You get more shocked easy than me! Bully! Even the other phone is bullying you. Why is this enemy's name is Gorgias when there's obviously an elephant? It's an elephant! Yeah, Chrono Trigger. Which is designed by Akira Toriyama. Yeah, I will explore the mountain. Ooh, okay, I made a mistake. I thought it was here, but no. Okay, I made a mistake. Don't be mad at me. For being blind. I will gas you. Tool. Bio Blaster. Because Edgar is overpowered. Hello, Lenitas. How are you? Come on. Let's destroy my enemies. Okay. I am ready. Ready and waiting. I know, right? Dragon Quest, which we always play on stream. Do you like Dragon Quest more or Final Fantasy? I'm so glad they did not switch Dragon Quest design to a more quote-unquote realistic style, like they did with Final Fantasy. Well, the characters in Final Fantasy are increasingly not memorable because they stopped even trying. That is sad. Imagine if Dragon Quest became like Final Fantasy and they just butchered the art design. I have... Come on! Okay, let's go. Final Fantasy Tactics! We need to play Final Fantasy Tactics on stream! We have so many games to play on stream! Still. Couldn't steal again. Yeah. They can't. Actually, they can't, because Dragon Quest in parts belongs... Oh, thank you. to Build Studio. So you know what? Actually, they cannot just change it. Even if they wanted to, Dragon Quest is partially owned by the Bird Studio. I am eating my daily chicken. Well, Final Fantasy has totally butchered its art design and art direction, and people say that it's just the technology getting better. So you know. Oh, like Final Fantasy VII's design totally changed. You know? I'm eating dinner. Final Fantasy XII is pretty nice. Especially since they refined it. Okay, we need to have a talk, okay? Final Fantasy's art has not been evolving steadily. Look. I always have to have this talk. That's not the issue. That's not the issue, Daniels. I will show you, okay? Okay. It's not the beginning. This stuff, like, FF7 Cloud Strife, okay? So going from this design, right? From this to, let me see, to this. Where is the? Going from this, okay, to this, it's not just technology changing, it's a drastic departure in art direction, okay? Do you know what I mean? This isn't just technology evolving, it's the art direction changing totally, you know? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand my feelings? Hello, Siri Vine. I bet Siri Vine understands my feelings. I bet. Come on. Siri Vine, do you understand me? I'm drinking. So yeah, do you understand me? Do you know what I mean? Write your opinions. I'm a dork. Right? I know. Exactly, it does feel more generic. And that's bad, okay? They made it all more generic. You know what? I will give credit. I will give credit because in Final Fantasy XIV, they do try to, with some bosses, they do try to sort of, because Amano, Yoshitaka Amano, I wrote Yoshida. Yoshitaka Amano is a really great artist, okay? And with some bosses, yeah, by 5F10, Square was moving straight to realism, but it kind of looks like real people cosplaying as FF characters. I like it, but the original FF7 is way better. True! You know? Like, Yoshitaka Amano is a great artist, and I will give credit to Final Fantasy XIV, in which some bosses try to capture the design of Amano. Look at this, okay? Omega from Final Fantasy XIV tries to capture Amano's art style. Do you see? The specific eye shape, etc. Omega from Final Fantasy XIV tries to capture Amano's art style, and that's nice to see, you know? Do you see? So it's nice when they actually try to capture the design of the artist. But when they don't, it becomes very generic. I destroy my enemies! Yeah, I know. What is this? What a pervert! I also don't think we should chain ourselves to the past as a counterpoint to this, though. It's not really about chaining ourselves to the past. It's about not making things generic. The future is not generic. Like, I don't complain about Nomura being the designer for Final Fantasy VII instead of Amano, for example, you know? That's fine, but at least have the game, like, not being chained to the past would be a new designer or a new composer, like, what's his, like, Nobuo Uematsu is not the main composer for the series anymore. Soken is, at this point. And, you know, and that's good. And this is complaining that Nobuo Uematsu is not the main composer would be being chained to the past, you know? True. Sabine sent you, didn't he? Who are you? Sabine, is he here? You were the one sneaking around us the whole way up here, weren't you? And if I was? Well, if it doesn't matter who you are, I have no intention to surrender. Woe is the day you met me. I'll be the one. It'll be the last day of your lives. Who is this? Final Fantasy VI is supposed to have this steam engine feel, you know? Steam engine era. Vargas is a pervert! Ah. Come on, what's the matter, pervert? I will destroy you. Uh-oh. I destroy you! That's the matter, that I will destroy you! What do you mean what's the matter? I'm destroying you! Mitri claws! He's asking what's the matter, and I say I destroy you! I'm a flying car. Enough of this! I send you to the great beyond. That's enough, Vargas! Bebe, I fit it in Sabine. Why, Vargas? Why did you kill Master Duncan? How could you murder your own father? The fool snubbed me, his only son. He chose you as his successor. That's not true, our master. It's true and you know it. It's written in that ugly sneer across your face. He wanted you to be his successor. Not me! He knew you had the most potential. I'm sick of listening to your lies. I've got far more than just potential. Why don't you see for yourself? Bizarre face. Come on! Asabi! My father was right to see so much in you. I guess there's no avoiding this. Fate made us train together, and now fate will send you to your doom! Come on! Now, get ready to join your beloved master! Come on! What's the matter? Blitz! Why hold back, Sabine? Your time's almost up. Time to put an end to this. I need to use a blitz technique, like the master taught me. Select Raging Fist from the blitz menu, then press. Okay. I've used blitz many times. You already learned that technique? Vargas. If only you hadn't been so consumed by pride. I destroy you! Sabine! Edgar, my brother. Brother? You're his twin brother? His brother? At first I thought you were another one of Varga's bears. You thought I was a bear? I guess I take that as a compliment. Anyway, Edgar, what are you doing here? We're on our way to the Sabre Mountains. To the Returners' hideout, no doubt. True. So the wheels are finally turning. I've been watching from a distance, hoping the world would come to its senses. The way things were going, I was afraid Figaro would end up as a puppet state. A means of striking back has presented itself. There will be no more playing lapdog to the Empire. I'm through with that act. Think a bear like me could be of any help? Sabine, you join us? Come on! Come on! I think Duncan would rest easier. He's trying to bring peace to the world. Well then, let's get going. That was quick. Equip. Mithril Claw. Mithril Claw. Metal Naku. Plumpet Hat. Okay. Let's go. Obtain Town. Come on. And now we leave this place. Cool. I destroy you. Uh-oh. The more the merry. This game easy. I destroy you. Oh. Is this game easy or what? Yeah, that was cool. It was the coolest thing ever. And Final Fantasy VII only has 3 members. What a bad game. It's like Rock Lee technique from Naruto. Who are you? Are you my friend? Kill Edgar! This way, please! Let's go. I have to steal your items! Let me be. I want to steal your items. Let me... Okay. Items. Let's click on everything. Item! Finida! Very good. Very good, very good. Have you spoken with Banon? No? Are you ordering me around? Welcome. Spring shoe! Like shoe on hair, or blood on hair, as someone call her. Rest for a while? For free? Of course! Danielle, come on! I'm about to start the debate with the Lambourns. If you're excited for that. Are you excited for the Lamboons? I bet you are. Ooh, right. Good call, Serevane. But I don't have Shadow. Who even is Shadow? We don't know that pervert. Hi, Potion! There are books here, I can't even read them. Hello, Kimbra Slice. What are you excited for, Dylan Burns or Final Fantasy? I need to know, Kimbra Slice. Which part are you excited for? Also, welcome to the stream. If you're excited for Dylan Burns, then we can finish Final Fantasy here for now. I will drink some cola. Oh, both. Okay, let's drink. Let's play Final Fantasy for 10 more minutes, and then we will watch the rest of the Dylan Burn debate with Atanki. Banan, we brought her with us. So this is the girl, the one whom the Esper responded. Esper? It seems the Empire had complete control over her. Oh no! Is this a mustache that I spot? Rider pigeons have kept me informed. I also heard that she wiped out 15 Imperial soldiers in mere minutes. No, that's not... Terra! For heaven's sake, Banan, the girl doesn't remember anything. Hiding from the truth won't change it. Perhaps you've heard this story before. Once when people were still pure and innocent, there was a box they were told never to open. But someone went and opened it anyway, and so unleashed all the evils we know today. Pride, envy, greed, wrath, gluttony. The only thing that remained in the box was a single ray of light, Hope. Oh, your power is a gift, not a curse. No matter what happens, you must remember that. You are this world's last ray of light, our final Hope. Banon! I've grown weary with the hour. Allow me to rest for a while. Bye. Final Fantasy VI is like a theater play. People just come in, say their part, and leave. I am in bed. I am inviting you to join me. But this bed is so small, we might not fit together. Lucy is doing flirting. The Empire took someone important from me. I've hated it ever since. Or since A. If no one stands up to Empire, more people will be left like me. That's why I joined the Returners. But there's no one important in my life. I have no family, no friends. That's not true! And even if it was, I'm sure there are people who feel you're important to them. Those people could be counting on you. Come on! Oh, I am touched by your words. Come to me. I am seducing you. I am in bed now. Come to me. He's ignoring me. My charms. It is always Hope. The Empire took someone important. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna go here. You're just repeating yourself. Who are you? We're a small organization, but we've been gaining more and more sympathizers around the world. Freedom is almost within our grasp. No, it's not. Come on. Wake up, Giggler. Wake up, you naive Giggler. Bucket. Please have the courage to join us in Arbatu. Item! Air knife! Oh, I know this weapon. Finida! Knight's Coday! Ether, and in the bucket, Antidote. Hope. Yeah. There's always hop or hoppe. Let's go. The Emperor is snapping out returners wherever it finds them. We must find a way to strike back before it's too late. Obtain green cherry. I steal your items. I don't know what to tell you, but I don't know that I trust my brother completely. He's always thought of my needs before his own, ever since we were little. I think you should trust him too. That's brainwashing. But don't let him tell him I said that. He'll turn red as a tomato. Ha. You're brainwashing me. Welcome, eh? Okay, let's go. Where is Edgar? That pervert. Edward, you pervert. These are okay. And where's Edgar, the pervert? I don't see Edgar, that pervert. Where am I supposed to go? I'm lost. I'm stuck in this game. I'm stuck. Oh, where here? Okay. We saved the game before I got even stuck more. Now we talk to Edgar. It's not easy asking so much of you. Oh no! And if we force our ideas on you, we're no different from the Empire. So I want you to decide for yourself. True. We all love Edgar. Come, Edgar. Come sit with me. I cannot even sit here myself. Bye. Oh, that's a dead end. It looks like a door, but it's a dead end. I want to go to sleep. But that pervert Loki is looking at me all the time. Oh? Let me sleep. Yeah. I have slept. I have slept now. Come on. What now? I have slept. Okay, what's that pervert? Other pervert. Am I stuck again in the game? Wait, maybe now the door is not stuck anymore. What a game. Like, locks me up. Let me go, let me go! Pervert game. I refuse. I use Da Vinci Resolve. Da Vinci Resolve. Where do I go? Let me out. Banon, he went outside. Let's go outside. Have you made your decision? Will you become our last ray of hope? Yeah. Really? You will? Yeah. But I'm scared. The uncertainty you're feeling is only natural. Come on. Terra, I want you to have this. The most powerful weapon in the game. What is it? A charm to help you keep safe. Take it. Obtain gauntlet. This thing allows me to double wield weapon? I have a plan. Would you please gather everyone together? Come on. I don't care about your plan. I want to equip my gauntlet. Okay then. We all know that the Gestanian Empire uses the Magitech power to wage a war. The question is, where did they get that power? I had Locke dig around for information. It seems the Empire has been gathering scholars from around the world to study espers. Narsha's esper was the reason for the Imperial salute here. Are you saying there's some kind of connection between espers and Magitech? Espers and Magitech? Only one possible link comes to mind. You don't mean the War of the Magi? No! That's impossible! Oh, my grandma used to tell me bedtime stories about magical machines. Hard to believe these stories were true. You're saying we're on the verge of a second War of the Magi? It's only a guess. The war took place 1,000 years ago, and every historian has a different hypothesis. Or just like in real life, huh? But one says the energy drained from a space was used to power machines, and that ordinary humans were also infused with that same energy. So that's what Magitech power is. If we're going to find Magitech enemy, we need Magitech weapons of our own. No! That would bring about another War of the Magi. Then what do you propose, eh? I was wondering if we might be able to have a chat with an esper. With an esper? It's risky, but that esper reacted to Terra before. If we could get it to react to her again, we just might be able to wake it up. Do you really think it would work? I can't say for sure, but I believe it's our best shot. Of course, we can't do anything without Terra's help, or Tina's. Terra! Or Tina! I'll do it. I'm not entirely sure I understand the plan, but what hey! This sounds like it'll be fun. What happened? What was that? That noise just now. Banan, sir! Bleh. Bleh. South Figaro! What's wrong? What happened? The Empire is taking South Figaro. They headed this way. So they found us. We haven't a moment to lose. Lucky! I know someone has to sneak into South Figaro to slow down the enemy, right? This is right up your alley. We're counting on you. Terra, wait for me. I won't be gone long. And watch out for a certain lecherous young king who shall remain nameless. The guy moves in like a hawk. Sexual harassment jokes. Lucky! Edgar, old hobbies die hard, eh? Come on. What about us? We can escape down the Lena River and make our escape to Narche. I'm curious about the esper they found in the mines. Very well. I ready to the raft by the back entrance. It's risky, but we don't have much of a choice at this point. It's not safe here. Come with us to Narche. It could be a chance for you to gain a better understanding of your abilities. We've no time to dilly-dally. Let's make for Narche. Come on. Prevailing Hope. Achievement. Let's see. I just got an achievement called Prevailing Hope. 60% of people has gotten this far in the game. People just buy games and don't play them. Let's jump. Here we go. This raft will carry us to Narche. Hop aboard the raft? No. I will just stay here forever. Just joking. Uh-oh. Just joking. I will go to the raft. Appa, come on. That looks like I slided, not jumped. Head towards Narche while protecting Banan at all costs. If Banan falls in battle, the journey's over. Come on. Don't I batu? Tool. I forgot to equip my gauntlet. Pray! I pray for you. Come on. Fireball! What the heck? Tool! I love Steady Octopus! Octopus! Oh my gosh. Straight, left, right. We are left leaning, so we are going left. Bioblaster! Metro! Play. Banan! Easy game! Destroyed! Para. Easy game! You think you can destroy me? I will destroy you! This is what happens when you mess with the giggler. Die, octopus! Or octopus! Being left leaning pace. Tool of the enemy. The water had cracks in it. Did you see the water had cracks in it? We're so cool with our sunglasses. We're so cool. We're so cool because we have a pool. Miss! Uh-oh. Do I have eye drops? Are there any eye drops in the house? Not cool anymore. What, miss? Something is so blind. Safe boy! We are going to use a tent. Because we are cool gigglers. What a cute tent! Wow. It's the cutest tent ever. Pray! Uh-oh. I failed. Dragon Ball! Kamehameha. Yeah. Not left, not right, only forward. The water has cracks in it. It always cracks me up. Yeah. This is the sea river. The salty river. This river is so salty. Get it? Get it? Come on. I think you get it. I think you get it because you're a giggler. Gigglers get it. I got you. Yeah, Bandan is the Yoda. I pray. I almost died. I've got special news for you. I've already got 482 subs or something, and Will the panelist still has 469. So Will's growth is pretty slow. I think he damaged his reputation with that transgenocide panel that he wanted to host. Do you think Will damaged his reputation? Tell me in the chat. Explain to me what you think. Come on. I guess I'm left-leaning, so I'll go left. Am I lost? I think we're lost. Kamehameha! Where? I mean, he was building one, right? I would assume. I think we lost. Or is this another save point? I guess we'll use the tent again. I mean, he had some sort of a reputation, right? Like, what a cute tent. But I already said this before. Like, he was building a reputation or trying to, right? Do I have a reputation? Come on. Does Lucy have a rep? Okay. Uh-oh, I think I made a mistake. Oh, yeah. Sam! Okay. Haze overpowered. Is it time? I want to upgrade, equip my gauntlet. Oh. Where is the funny octopus? Where is it? I keep forgetting. Oh my gosh, so it's 2 save points and I did not upgrade my... Hey, what have we got here? Octopus! Ultra! Guehehe! Ultra crap pupadu! And I'm gonna let you through. I'm gonna roast you. Ahora no Kamehameha! Destroy you! Seafood soup is not on the menu. I will gas you. Oh, that's one tasty morse! Perfect! What the heck? Kamehameha! Do I have a finida? Finida! Muscle hair. Hate him! You cannot kill me! I kill you! Pray! I will pray the straight away. Edgar! Ooh, if that was a one-hit kill, I would have been angry. Boom! Blitz! Kamehameha! Yoroglimug! Kamehameha! Ha ha ha! I burn you. Ouch! Come on! Seafood soup is not on the menu. It is now. You pervert. Oh. Really? Oh. Sploosh. Globe globe. Think you got the point? I wouldn't bet on it. Yeah. It's probably just hiding down there. You! Something stuck to my leggy. Tara, get away from there. Come on. Not an octopus. Sabine can suplex many things, but not an octopus. You should be alright now. Hey, Tom, freaky. I'm gonna smash it with a blitz. No, Sabine! Out of my way, Edgar! Come on! Well, has always been a bit rash. Sabine! Oh, he'll be fine. Are you sure, Banan? You're his brother! You should know better than any of us. Any second now, he'll flop back up on the raft right as rain. Wah! Think he missed the onto the raft part. Ha ha! Sabine! Sabine, you're on your own now. What the hell happened? Sabine! That was random. Edgar and Terra raced towards Narche while protecting Banon. But what of Sabine was swept away by the raging waters? And how is Loque faring after having penetrated the Empire's defenses in San Figaro? Is all going according to plan? Come on! Choose a scenario, Coupa! I cannot even equip anything for the Coupa. Save game. I always did this part in the order. Edgar, then Loque, then Sabine, from most boring to the most fun. You mean Sabine, not Edgar. But Edgar is not boring. Terra is with Edgar. Okay. I will now go to the toilet and I will give you a choice, okay? One if you want the Lambur. The bay. One if you want the Lambur, the bay. And two if you want Final Fantasy 6. Continue. One the Lambur, the bay. Two Final Fantasy 6. Continue. And I go to the toilet. You choose. You have to vote, okay? One, the Lambur. Two, Final Fantasy Continue. I drink. And I'll go to the toilet. Be right back, okay? The toilet awaits me. I am back. The trans game is the next game. Okay? Trans game is Final Fantasy VII. Okay. I need a tiebreaker. Either Final Fantasy VI or the Lambert. Banner in space. Choose. Be the tiebreaker that we all need and deserve. Come on, please. I will drink cola and I will wait for you. I'll wait for you to do the tiebreaker. Please. Kika, please. Come on. Come on, please. Kika, come on, please. Are you ready? Okay. We do the number. Yeah, let's go. I am ready for some de number. Browser on. If we're gonna do the number, then we have to change the game. So we turn off Final Fantasy and we turn on your favorite game. Okay? There's a game that you love more than any other game. And that game is Doom. Doom is the number game. Where are you, Doom? Doom, where are you? We play Doom. We make the game. Come on. What do you like the most about Doom? Is it the fact that we always play it when we listen to the number? It's a brainy game. Okay.
Wide-scale social unrest, and at least as like if you mean like revolution or like fucking massive riots in the streets over stop support for Ukraine, because as you talk about representing the average American, again, the average American does not agree with you. The average American takes the opposite position to which you have. The average American agrees that we should continue support Ukraine, as does the average European, who again is being hurt more by the economic consequences of this war, since they're more directly tied to Russian energy infrastructure.
Exactly.
I have a question for you.
And Russian propaganda machine keeps talking how Europe will not survive the winter without Russia. You know? Which is yeah, that's a thing. And of course, the countries that form the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth will never be pro-Russia. That will never happen.
Do you
Unless it's a puppet state like Belarus.
We should have sanctioned apartheid South Africa if it meant an increase of inflation in the United States?
Apartheid South Africa and Ukraine have nothing in common.
Please, can you answer the question, please?
No, because you're asking me a hypothetical.
Please. I'm asking. No, my question can explain what my question's rooted in. My question's rooted in.
I will not answer because it's a hypothetical, and I'm not an idealist. Says this person. That's a legit question. Answer it, you pervert. Like, that's a coward's way out. Hello, Titan Uranus. That person's just being a coward. Just answer. Why are people like this such cowards? What do you think? Why do you think that people like this are such cowards? I will have to have the eye on. Whoop! Do you think is President Sunday asleep or awake? Titan, do you know maybe? Titan, do you know if President Sunday is alive? I mean, he's alive, but do you know if President Sunday is like asleep or no? Oh my gosh, I want to go in here.
right? If Ukraine is a moral struggle, which I've put forward, it is a moral struggle, right? You can disagree with that if you want, but I'm putting forward that it is a moral struggle, right?
Yeah.
I believe that the United States should not use its economic institutions to allow Russia to use America's economic institutions to help fund the war, right? By us unfreezing their money, like, oh, take it all and use that to fund more tanks and more bullets, and please take American dollars, put it into your economy, which will then reverberate into your army, which will then stomp on Ukrainian skulls. Please do it. I don't think most Americans want that because they think that's immoral and they want to support the other person who's defending a young democracy. I believe it's a moral struggle. You disagree with me on that. What I'm asking you is to ask you something which was clearly a moral struggle, which was a struggle against apartheid. Do you think the United States should have sanctioned apartheid South Africa if apartheid South Africa sanctioning them would cause an increase in inflation?
Dylan, it's a retarded question.
Answer the question. Don't dodge it like a bitch. I'm sorry. Stop being a bitch. You gotta answer the question. Come on. This is a simple question. Everybody understands what I'm trying to ask you. Alex,
So, well, how is this a silly question? Like, it's a normal question, of course. Answer it, you coward. Oh my gosh. Answer the question, you coward. True. Unless the hypothetical questions get really silly, but you know. Because hypotheticals can get really silly and detached from the topic. I will. But this hypothetical is pretty directly tied to what's being talked about. It's basically saying, what Bill and Burns is basically saying is, you don't support the US, you don't like the US supporting Ukraine because you're not on the side of Ukraine. But on the topic that you do support, you would want the US to help. Basically, that's what is being said. And he didn't want him to admit that, and he won't because he's a coward.
do you understand what I'm asking him?
It's a really
think I do.
stupid, loaded question that I can only answer one way. and you're gonna-
Wait, 1 second. Let me ask you. Alec.
Like, you're okay with it.
Alec,
Hold on.
Alec, I need to ask you.
Go
Would
ahead.
would you sanction apartheid South Africa?
Would I sanction it?
Yes, would you sanction it? Yes or no?
Cowards! Cowards, I swear.
That was the right answer.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. Nobody can answer it. It seems like we haven't settled the issue of apartheid 30 years later.
Dylan, we're all against apartheid here. The reason that I think
Are you?
Alex-
I would sanction it, yes.
I
Okay,
don't wanna
look at that. He
speak for-
answered
I
it.
don't wanna speak for
Now you
Alex,
answer
but
it.
the reason-
Listen.
There you go.
Listen, I'm operating on like 50% brain capacity. I
What a
apologize.
coward!
I guess
swear.
I want to let non-smoker, like, if you could answer the question and then you can explain why you think that like these two aren't related. I think that's fair, right?
Okay, so I would support sanctioning apartheid South Africa to
What a coward! Isn't the bearded guy like a moderator?
end apartheid rule and make the country more equitable for blacks, of course. Right, and if that increased inflation in the short term,
Ooh, that's a red flag for me. That's maybe I'm being sensitive as GW here, but I'm gonna be honest. Using the term blacks is a red flag for me, okay? I don't know. Is it weird that using that term is a little bit of a red flag for me?
term, maybe even into, the midterm, like into like a year or so. Yeah, I think I would have more sympathy for that than I would the Ukraine struggle. So I would have to answer yes. The reason that I'm resisting answering is because they're not comparable
Because you're a
examples
coward.
whatsoever. And this is the issue that I have with you, Dylan, in a broad sense, is that a lot of times when I listen to your content, you reduce everything down to these like totally unrelated examples, and you say, "Oh, you see, it proves that I'm right about this one conflict." When it's like that would be like me saying, like, "Okay, well, would you support, supporting Nazi Germany under these conditions?" And you'd be like, "Well, no, I'm against Nazi Germany." I'd be like, "Ah, gotcha." That's not
What?
the own you think it is. It's like I don't support apartheid. And honestly, look,
Okay. Give me an example. Give me a real example in which supporting the Nazi regime would be comparable. You just said some gibberish, to be honest. Like that, you just said some gibberish. I don't know what the word is. I don't know that the word is but it's no longer the acceptable PC term for sure. I agree, it's a red flag. Is what I meant with yeah, it's a red flag for sure. Like Titan is correct that it's not a slur, but I think it's I don't know. In my opinion, it sort of signals a certain lack of respect, which I'm not a big fan of personally.
do I have some sympathies for the Russian position? Yeah, but I'm not like a major Putin simp either. Like I feel like there's corruption in Russia. I feel like the war in general is a bad thing.
Yeah.
I want to see the conflict end as soon as possible. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, you're kind of picking the most radical examples as comparisons when
We're in a
they're
radical situation.
True.
Yeah, but okay, what I mean is radically different in terms of this one. There isn't
What?
apartheid in Ukraine or Russia.
That's all I meant to. Okay, so
Radical does not
I
mean
don't know what it
radically
is
different.
with Twitch and conversations on the internet, but
True.
hypotheticals or like just comparisons, people don't understand. Just because I'm comparing something doesn't mean I'm necessarily saying these situations are comparable. Let me be clear. Apartheid and what's happening in Ukraine is not the same thing, obviously.
True.
All I meant to establish is that you would be willing to put the American people through economic woes in order to stand up for something morally internationally. Because that's something I wanted to establish with you. Because if you disagree under any circumstances with putting American through economic woes because you wanted to make a moral stance, then we're just never going to agree, and there's no reason to even continue the conversation, right?
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. And okay, like the same thing I would say about World War II. Would I support U.S. entry into World War II despite the fact that it had a negative impact at home? Of course, right? But that doesn't mean that I support the intervention in Ukraine. I think the circumstances.
Okay, so that means the real discussion that needs to be had isn't even necessarily about the economics of how this is going to affect the United States. The real discussion that needs to be had is whether the Ukrainian struggle is moral. And we can talk about that if you want.
No, I would say that the real discussion is our support of it moral?
Okay.
Right? Because our support of it is not moral whatsoever.
It's 100% moral. We haven't gone hard enough.
True.
Range ATAX, man.
You want to annihilate huge portions of the population. That's why it's not enough for you.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you said you wanted to kill all the people in major regions in the east of Ukraine, unless I misunderstood you. Didn't you say you wanted to wipe them off?
What? What are you talking about? What? Have I not been watching Dylan Burns enough? When has Dylan Burns said he wants to kill people of East Ukraine? When? That's not true, right? Do I have to go and check? That's not... I don't believe that. Do I have to fact check it?
Off the face of the earth?
Did you call me retarded earlier, or my question retarded?
Huh?
I'm sorry, okay. So what I said was I wanted to wipe a country off the face of the earth. A country is a state. That's a nation state, not necessarily a people, right? If I said... Yes.
That sounds like Hitler.
I did want to.
What the fuck? Wait. What did you just said? That sounds like Hitler. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think if I said Rhodesia should be wiped off the face of the earth, would you say, do you want to kill all white people in Rhodesia? No, that's ridiculous.
You want to kill everyone there.
It sounds like. No.
What?
I think I wanted to clarify earlier, and I should have asked this.
Oh my gosh. This is devolved into really a silly conversation. This is not serious anymore. Like, we all know what it means to legally establish a country. We all know what it means to liquidate a country. It happened in history. We all know what is being talked about here. Like a country when a country stops being a country, doesn't mean that all of the people in its territory need to die. That's nonsense. Right? I'm not the only person that thinks that it's just a dishonest argument, right? Happening here. This is just
earlier. Dylan, what can you just to clarify what exactly you mean by wipe the country off the face of the earth? Because I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of like
What I meant was I do not
Yeah.
think the LPR, the DPR, just like Rhodesia, they're nation states that have no right to exist. They're
Titan. Would you like to be wrenched together with Brina? Or do you not like being like a wrench? Like a wrench, Titan? Are the wisest of us here. Hello, Kimbro Slice. Okay, I will. Here you go. Resume. Wait, I have to load the game. Okay. Oh, you do that as well? Okay, let's give you a chance as well, Ron. Okay. So, this is just silly. This is just silly talk that's happening here. So to me, this conversation has already sort of devolved.
colonial projects propped up by others. Rhodesia was propped up by the South African government, the LPR, the DPR. 90% of their officials have been Russian government, Russian officials, or they have been FSB agents or Russian citizens. Very few of them have actually been Ukrainians. Igor Girkin, very famously, the defense minister of the DPR, war criminal, by the way. He was an FSB agent. It's been run by FSB agents. It's basically directly run by Moscow because it's an occupational force. It's an extension of the Russian government, as we see coming about through the annexation of these territories.
Just like Belarus is basically a puppet state to Russia, right? That one's also pretty obvious. Pretty easy to see what's happening with Belarus. Even though people do not like it, and the people resistance was just crushed.
Territories. So I don't believe these have a right to exist because they're really just nothing more than an occupational force of what is Ukrainian territory that is being used to brutalize the Ukrainian population and suppress democracy as they replaced all the democratically elected leaders with Russian appointees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that if you need to write an essay to explain what you meant,
I'm sorry that nuance is difficult for you. It's difficult for most tankies.
Bullshit is difficult for me. It's difficult for regular people too.
What was that?
Bullshit's
difficult for you.
Yeah. Big, long, fucking
I hear
nonsense explanations about why it's okay for you to say you want a country wiped off the face of the earth.
What?
And then you're going to turn around and use all these, reductio ad Hitlerum fucking.
Are you done like virtue?
What? This is just nonsense what he's saying. Like Dylan Burns is explaining why artificial construct was created by Russia. It's controlled by Russia. It's an extension of Russia. Dylan is explaining why it should be basically just incorporated back into Ukraine and stopped being a country of its own. Maybe wipe out of the face of the earth was not the most fortunate wording for it, but that it is what it is. We all understand what Dylan meant. Dylan took time to explain his case, and laughing at someone for being able to explain themselves in more than 3 words is just ridiculous. It is silly. The question of whether or not nation deserves to exist is functional, not irrelevant. I agree with Burns, but I feel like he's being goaded. People are being killed for fuck's sake. The final blue spanner I needed for my infinity cod piece. Fear me, mortals. Like, we all know what Dylan meant here. And by the way, I agree with his position. Okay? War isn't bad because it hurts nations. War is bad because it hurts people. And I respect that Dylan framed this argument in that way. Made perfect sense to me, yeah. I don't think this is gonna be a surprise that I'm 100% on Dylan's side on this argument. It's not even close. This person's being ridiculous.
Signaling about how I'm a genocidal maniac, and we can like
No,
move on.
I'm not quite done. In fact, I'll go on. You're full of shit, and you're only over there to promote your fucking channel.
Oh wow, look at that. Couldn't win the debate earlier, bringing it back up because you can't deal with the fact that I used nice words towards the occupation. I was mean. I was mean towards the Russian occupiers. Oh my god. I can't believe it.
You fucking, writhe like the fucking disgusting demon you are.
The demon. My god.
Yeah. You're a fucking creature, bro.
A creature. What, are you dehumanizing me?
Is this for real? Is this for real? I don't disagree with what he said. I think he should have said, and I think people need to say more often that a person argument is wrong. Yeah. Like, is this for real? Why are all tankies such jokes?
Me because I'm gay? Wow, that is
I don't
disgusting.
think you're gay.
How dare you be homophobic
You're
towards
not a
me
creature
because
because
I'm
you're
gay?
gay.
Calling me a creature.
not-
Dehumanization is evil.
You're not a
Why,
creature because
you
you're gay.
Nazi scum, you fascist, why do you love
You're not a
Hitler?
creature
We can do
because
this
you're
all day where we can
You're
just...
not a creature
You
because
called
you're
me a
gay.
creature. Why are you dehumanizing me? Why would you do that? You know Hitler dehumanized people? You see how we devolve this conversation into nothing? We can devolve this conversation to be...
True. It is devolving into nothing. I'm so happy that Dylan Burns is just recognizing it for what it is. Why are Marxist-Leninists just such jokes?
absolutely worthless if we want to. Let's be let's start a new page and let's be a little bit more good faith, okay? Maybe
Gotcha.
slightly? Okay. Fantastic.
So what other atrocities do you want to compare this to like corner me into agreeing with you? While we're on like
I'm not cornering
Off to a
you.
Great start on the good faith.
I'm not cornering you into. I'm not trying to corner you. I'm trying to see if you're consistent, and I'm trying to see. Really, the South Africa question was to ask if you would be willing, because I wanted to know if you're just a hardcore American nationalist and you're like, fuck the rest of the world, I'm American, right?
I'm anti-intervention in general. I grew up in the Iraq War generation, the Afghanistan War generation. I watched, lots of people who grew up in my town go off to that war, many of whom died. And many of the people, the Americans who went over to the
This person should just stop talking about politics, in my opinion. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Also notice that he did not exactly deny being a nationalist. I'm just gonna say that, which is pretty, for a tanky to be a nationalist, that's a pretty interesting mix to me. Incredible. A tanky that's a nationalist because he has not exactly denied being one. He just said that he's anti intervention. I know how holding people to the point is cornering them. Yeah, so good faith.
Middle East committed fucking war crimes. And now we're sitting here saying like, no, guys, we just have to support Ukraine because actually, the other side's really bad and they're uniquely evil and we got to be the world's police force. And it's the same arguments that the Bush administration.
Oh yeah, because when a country asks for help and you give that country help, then it's quote unquote being the police force. Okay.
Administration
I don't think it's MLs. I think it's internet poisoning. MLs, in my experience, are really serious about theory and read a lot, but they apply that with praxis very carefully. I believe I'm a bit skeptical around because, at least from my real life ML experience, I believe those two cross paths again in a later debate panel along with Yankee Donkey. He's running into a wall again. Why are you tricking me into doing this? What dollar store Kratos down there is doing is literally the same thing that the senior Vosh do when they get put in a corner. I'm not so sure actually if he does the same thing that Vosh does. You'd have to give me an example of Vosh doing something comparable to what's happening here.
used about Iraq. It's the
It's
same.
not
fucking-
this. It's literally not the same
It's
arguments.
not exactly the same.
Okay,
This
so what
thing-
weapons of mass destruction? Actually, the Russian government made the weapons of mass destruction argument
not the
about
war.
Ukraine. They said that that Ukraine had bioweapons that targets Russian DNA. I mean, like,
I'm talking about the moral framing
okay.
of these
So yes,
things.
if so, taking out
Russian
all of the
DNA.
lies of the Bush administration is kind of the. For example, you were killing me for the comparison earlier, right? This is not a
Russian DNA.
comparison that I would be happy for because I don't think it's comparable.
Okay, it's not. Listen, that's fair. Okay, they're not exactly the same, so I won't play that card. But the point I'm trying to make broadly is that I'm against interventionism in a general sense. Now, are there extreme examples where it's like, yeah, okay, it makes sense to sanction that country? Yeah, I mean, I'm for that, right? That makes sense. It's reasonable. It's very different than what we're doing in Ukraine, and the situation in Ukraine, in my view, is not one that's going to be helped by us sanctioning Russia and then sending billions of fucking, well, I actually have no issue even with sending aid in terms of medical aid and all that stuff to the people of Ukraine. I really have no problem with that. But what I have an issue with is billions of
helping them
dollars
win.
being given, to
You're just against helping them win. You're like, okay, send them aid as they get killed, medical aid, but helping a country win, no, that's too far for you because you're pro-Russia. Thank you.
weapons contractors to make all of these fucking guns and tanks and missiles and bombs and send those over to Ukraine to just kill Russians, and that's somehow good. I don't really, the calculus doesn't add up.
Kill
Okay,
for
well,
Russians.
I feel like there was a lot of when you boil it down to we gave money to company to kill Russians. I feel like that leaves out a lot of context, right? Yes, but I could also say that we gave money to companies to kill Germans, and then we're at the same position because we didn't include.
Now you're doing it again,
No,
bro.
I'm not doing it because what you did,
I just dropped that example.
you.
Now you're doing it.
I'm telling you that's reductionist to boil
True.
it down to those core elements because you
Exactly.
can do that with any war. You can do that with any war. You can do that with any war.
True.
Okay, then I could just say.
Why wouldn't you do it with any war? This is just ridiculous. I think I remember one debate when Vosh acted this way when he got backed into a corner. Destiny he did it all the time though. Can you give me an example? I need to. Maybe we will look at it later.
About a different war. I can say it about a different war. If you want me to do it about a different war, I could say that oh my gosh, these international socialists, they gave money to some African rebels to kill white people. That's terrible. And what I'm talking about is Rhodesia. That would be a terrible because I've reduced it and I removed some key elements that would change how people perceive the
Oh,
situation.
ridiculous.
Because those key elements are important. For example, when you talk about giving money to military companies, I believe profiting off of death with selling of weapons and weapons of war, I think that's inherently immoral, and I think as human beings that's something we need to overcome. We need to find a way to do that, whether that's with the nationalization of weapons manufacturers, something else, I don't know. I don't have the solution to that. But that's nothing new. That has been an element of warfare since the beginning of warfare, as ever since people figured out how to sharpen a rock, people have been selling sharpened rocks. That was true in World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, every war that's ever happened. And so that element is nothing special. And so when you analyze that from a moral stance, I just don't understand. That just feels like how does that affect this war in difference to say all the wars that were moral, which you admit there were some, which people also made money off of.
And that's since World War II, in my view.
So would you
And
say,
actually, World World War II is an incredibly hypocritical argument for Americans to make because we didn't even get involved in the war until we were attacked. We didn't give a fuck. In fact,
We did get involved.
many
We
American
did get
companies-
involved. We sent aid to the Soviet Union. We sent it to the UK. We sanctioned Japan. We got involved.
American companies
Uh-oh.
supported Nazi Germany and Hitler too.
Okay.
I have to jump
But
in here.
wait, but an American company and the American government are two separate entities. There are American companies that are still operating within Russia.
Right. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that the idea that America's involvement in the war is purely this moral thing to stop Nazism when there are American companies not being prevented from doing so, by the way, from the American government, funding Hitler's rise.
Like, I'm actually really wondering if talking to people like this is not a waste of time for Dylan. Like, I don't know. What do you think? Is it a waste of time for Dylan to speak to people like this or no? I mean, it's not even a debate thing, it's a machismo thing. And really shitty men or insecure men feel like their status is being threatened. They puff up their chest and shout. Right. That's fair. That's fair, I guess.
To power, funding the Nazi Party, right? Doing business in Nazi Germany. Okay, we do nothing to stop that, or at least not enough. And yeah, we did send aid to England and France and the Soviet Union. You're correct in that, but we didn't get involved in the war until we were attacked. So this idea that we're the moral
let me ask you a question. You would say sending aid is getting involved. We didn't join the war until like if you were fist fighting someone else and I gave you a knife, I got involved, right?
True.
Like, but because people downplay American involvement up to that point, we were an ally in anything but name up to that point, and people forget that the reason the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor wasn't because we were just sitting there and they killed us. They attacked us because we just loved freedom too much, like many people like to pretend. They attacked us because we were sanctioning them because we were like, hey, yo, you're going a little crazy time. You're kind of Fortnite dancing over all of Asia right now. You need to stop that.
It actually was my understanding up to this point that we didn't get involved until they bombed Japan. Are you saying that's incorrect, Dylan?
That is incorrect. That is incorrect for one important reason, right? Why did... Okay, let's answer this one important question. I have a really important question. Why did Japan attack the US? Do you know? Why? Why do you think Japan attacked the US? The answer is because Japan was choking because of the sanctions that the US brought upon Japan. And that is getting involved. So in that sense, Dylan is absolutely correct. You know? Do you know what I mean? Japan was being sanctioned 100%. And it attacked the US in order to counter those sanctions.
That is incorrect, yes.
Okay.
Is correct. Dylan's just coming up with some weird.
Wait, okay. So do you think we're involved in the war in Ukraine? Do you think we're involved in the war in Ukraine?
Okay, I would say that our level of involvement in Ukraine is not at all the same as our level of involvement in World War II.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that are we involved?
No, I wouldn't say we're involved. We're not
Oh.
directly involved. We don't have troops over there.
Well, okay. Well, then we don't. What are we talking about? Well, okay, you're saying directly involved. I'm asking if we're involved. Okay, I'm not asking. We have. I'm just asking for the word involved. Right? We're involved. Right? Come on, we're sending. We're part of the reason why they're winning.
This is so dishonest. This is so cowardly. This is so pathetic. He was crying about the US being involved all this time, and now he's saying the US is not involved. because that would mean that the US was involved during World War II. This is so pathetic. What's going on here? Responding to Japanese occupation of key airfields in Indochina, July 24, following the agreement between Japan and Vichy France, the US froze Japanese assets on July 26, 1941. Exactly, right? So it got involved. And this person could not even say that the US is involved right now, because that would mean that the US was involved then. Like, this is so pathetic.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to do. It's another fucking,
This isn't. I'm not doing anything. This is. I'm just asking you to acknowledge that we're involved in Ukraine.
So pathetic.
America is involved in Ukraine in terms of providing aid to the Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Same
I
way.
acknowledge that.
That's the same way we were involved in World War II up until we were bombed.
True.
See, what I'm trying to get across is an argument regarding America's involvement with World War II, because you keep bringing it up as this example of like, oh, well, there was this genocide and Nazis, and I'm trying to,
never said
maybe it's
that.
wrong.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have. Okay, whatever. I'm strawmanning you.
Whatever.
Fine. I'll just call it strawman then. But what I'm trying to get across to you is this idea that America's involvement in Nazi Germany is not, World War II and, declaring war on Nazi Germany is not this like great good effort to save Europe, save the Jews, save the Roma people, save homosexuals, save disabled people, save the world, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And it came down to us being attacked. That's really what it was all about. And, yes, we want it to come in a sense to aid our allies, and so that's why we were funding, sending weapons and aid and stuff over to England and France and the Soviet
That's so
Union.
pathetic.
But I don't think that I always buy this line of reasoning that like America jumped in and saved the day when it was like the Soviet Union that toppled Nazi Germany. We mostly did a bulk of our fighting in the Pacific. And
Okay. It was the Soviet Union that... No. This is just sad. Oh no. Like, the USSR would not have done it without support. Let's just be honest about that. Okay?
we didn't get involved until, well, we did our part in liberating France, but a bulk of our fighting took place in the Pacific, and it was clearly in retaliation for being attacked by the Japanese. So I'm not buying this whole America always does the right thing at the end of the day. Ultimately, I think it was for the greater good that we got involved. But I don't think that that's the same situation in Ukraine whatsoever.
I would say when it comes to World War II and our involvement, I think like all wars, there's a multitude of factors as we get involved in wars. I think we have a tendency to try to like find simple answers to complicated questions because it makes like a good like sound bite, or like it makes a good like it's easy to explain to people, and it's because it's easy if you're a person.
USSR toppled Nazi Germany on its own without any help. Okay, sure.
You're just told this is the reason why, nothing else, and it's easy for you to have that, and then you got the answer. I think we got involved for World War II for a ton of reasons. I think a lot of them were economic. I think a lot of them were geostrategic and military, and I think some of them were in fact moral. I think it would have been a lot more difficult to rationalize the amount of support we were giving to allied nations up until we joined the war to the American public, considering that we were in the throes of a fucking depression, if it wasn't for the fact that the Germans were fighting a war of aggression against Poland, a war of aggression against France, who was our ally during the First World War, and Americans hold sympathy towards the French due to their support during the American Revolution, and us fighting hand in hand with them, with the devil dogs and everyone else during the First World War. And I think that's the same reason that Americans feel very sympathetic.
That is sad that France and England did not feel the same camaraderie with Poland during World War II. Because Poland was basically just sold out after World War II to become a USSR puppet state.
Sympathetic towards the Ukrainians is not because I as an American really want to make sure that that we have another NATO expanded state, and you ask an American, that's not what they're going to tell you. They're going to be like, The fucking Russians are killing everybody. It's fucking disgusting. And that's why I think we should support Ukraine. That's what the average American's going to tell you. And I think that also gives the American government more wiggle room and allows them to be able to send the aid that they are, is because it's popular, because it's also moral to give the person getting invaded by another force who wants to take their territory and occupy them. It's moral to give the person defending themselves a gun. It's moral to give them the means to defend themselves, especially if they're liberating territory and uncovering mass graves left and right left by the occupier, which barely considers them human.
So what now?
Right. Yeah. Look, I think what it comes down to, and maybe you disagree with me, is this idea that ultimately this doesn't feel like a war that America is supporting for the greater good or morals.
It doesn't matter.
America is supporting this.
I don't care about the reasons why the U.S. is supporting the war. The fact is that the only thing that matters is that the U.S. is supporting the war. I don't care about the reasons. I care about the results. I don't know about anyone else here. I think we all agree that not one of us cares about the reasons. We all here care about the results, right? And I'm really hoping that Dylan will just say here that nobody cares why the US is doing this. All we care is the result, right? That's my opinion. Who cares?
This war, because we need to maintain, a sense of legitimacy in the world, right? Where we've drawn clear boundaries with Russia. You can't do X, you can't do Y, you can't do Z. And we've done the same with China. And as they continue to, one of the reasons, if we're talking objectively, that this war is such an historic event is because Russia legit just said, go fuck yourself, I'm not going to listen, and just sent troops in. And that, to me, is super significant because this is the first real breakdown of U.S. hegemony since the end of the Cold War. And I think, in some sense, that actually serves a greater good. I think that our maintenance of...
What? I'm sorry. Russia invading Ukraine and mass murdering people serves a greater good. This person, 2022. Ridiculous. Like, it's easy. It's always easy for tankies that usually live in the US and the safety of their nice warm home to say that invading and killing people in smaller countries is just for the greater good because his neck is never going to be on the line. He's never going to be in danger, so he can just comment from the safety of his house about how Ukraine being basically, I don't know, sacrificed is for the greater good. So pathetic and spineless. This is my opinion as a person who's like from here. Yeah, exactly. This is just ridiculous what this person is saying. This person is not left-leaning. This is not what socialism or communism is about.
Empire, this ultra bloated, ultra expensive thing that really doesn't benefit the American people other than giving cheaper consumer goods, it by and large, it's this disgusting, really like kind of evil thing that should be torn apart. And I would prefer it torn apart non-violently. So in conflicts like this, where Russia is basically just looking at boundaries we've drawn, ignoring them, I think it actually, in my view, it'd be beneficial for America in the long run to just not fund the conflict at all, send aid where it's necessary.
Yeah, it would be just beneficial to the US to just let Ukraine be demolished and incorporated into Russia. You know what? Then maybe Russia could get Lithuania and Poland. That would be also probably beneficial for NATO and the US, Why not? Russia should just get Lithuania, Poland, and incorporate those countries as well. Why not? It would be beneficial for the US to break up that monopoly, Yeah, for sure. Of course. Just send some first aid kits when it's necessary. That'll do it. For
basically
sure.
back off. And I feel any other, copium of like, oh, well, it's for the greater good, defending democracy and all this stuff.
Wait, you're gonna say copium about the greater good when you just spewed some bullshit about greater good, about abandoning Ukraine being for the greater good, and you're gonna talk about the copium of the greater good?
It's kind of like, as I said,
I feel sorry for Dylan. Like, Dylan must be so exhausted with this conversation. Like, Dylan must be trying so hard not to, Dylan must be trying so hard not to just call him an idiot at this point. You can see it on his face. You can see that Dylan is a little bit struggling a little bit not to call this person an idiot, right?
just cope. We're going to be sending all these weapons over there. We're going to station troops. We're going to, do this kind of show of force stuff.
Don't get me too hard.
This is a losing effort,
Cope.
in my opinion. It's a losing effort.
So first, on the moral side, like for World War II, I think people like easy answers to complicated questions, and I think sirens. Because people like easy answers to complicated questions, it's very easy to say America's doing this 100% because they just want to fuck over Russia and they just want to destroy this.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Just let them have Ukraine and then Poland and Lithuania while you're at it. It's for the greater good. Otherwise, you're coping.
This birth of the multipolar world order. But if you ask the average American, that's not what they're going to tell you. That's not what they care about. And it is the American public support for the war during these economic hard times after COVID and with the inflation issues and everything else we're doing that allows the American government to basically have carte blanche to give Ukraine everything it needs to win. It is that the American people, which have made the moral calculation that this is a struggle they want to support.
Good.
Right? And so I do think that we're kind of simplifying that a little bit. And if this, as you are saying, is the birth of the multipolar world order because Russia said, fuck you, I have to say, this is the worst possible advertisement anyone could have possibly put together for the multipolar world order, as mass graves are uncovered en masse, women are raped, civilians bombed, hospital bombed by a nation just flagrantly trying to annex large swaths of territory. I would say it's fucked. And honestly, it makes the unipolar world order
defending that. Actually, interestingly enough, Lenitas, Dylan is making your point right here and now. Defending Russia in this is such a very interesting look. Very interesting to be defending Russia in this. And they saying that this is for the greater good.
Honestly look better by saying that this is an advertisement of the multipolar world order, which isn't even something that I'm not hyped about unipolar world order. I want a different system built.
It's one or the other.
I don't think it necessarily has to be one or the other. Or if the poles need to be placed in different places, I don't think they should be placed in Russia and China. I think they should be placed in international institutions.
Well, we will be one of those poles just based on the size of our economy and our military and our influence in the world.
And I'll also say Russia kind of sucks, and I don't mean that as the Russian people suck or the spirit of the Russian people. Russian people are perfectly fine. I know a lot of Russian people. Some of my best friends are Russian, but I would say that. Actually, that's not true. None of my best friends are Russian. But
I have Russian friends. I can't be anti-Russian.
I can't be Russophobic.
Yeah, you're sounding like that whole the racist guy who's like, oh, but I have black friends.
That was the joke. Yes.
I know that you're not trying to. I get where you're trying to, but maybe rephrase that.
That was the joke. That I wanted to sound like that. But
I don't know. My chat wasn't happy about it.
I know. But this is the worst advertisement we could possibly have for a multipolar
Oh my gosh,
world
people.
order. If the birth of it is literally just the ripping of a nation's sovereignty away and the smashing about
You know what? Even if they're in what series he's saying I can be Russophobic, I have Russian friends, it would still sound better even if he was 100% serious. Like, it would still sound better than this guy saying that abandoning Ukraine is just for the better good. Like, okay, ridiculous.
a democracy as all these war crimes are committed flagrantly.
Is this guy really going to say, oh, that's a bad look, Dylan? After all that he has said in this conversation?
By a nation state which has no respect to what the local indigenous population of Ukraine wants. Whether it was what they did to the Tartars for the last 8 years or what they're doing in Crimea now. As for
Tatars?
the boundaries
The
we
last
drew,
8 years? Oh, Dylan, oh, you sweet summer child. The history of mistreating the Tatars is much longer than just 8 years. Oh, you sweet summer child. Like, it's poor, boring people, and the food has worse standards or tastes worse. Yeah.
this was the boundaries the Ukrainian people drew after the collapse of the Soviet Union when every single oblast in Ukraine voted to be independent, including Crimea, all of the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson. That was the boundaries.
Zaporozhye is like the historical home of the Cossacks. Like, of course. Claiming Zaporozhye to be Russian is one of the most ridiculous things ever. Zaporozhye, of all places in the world. Like, makes me want to laugh. Haha.
Ukrainian people drew. We didn't draw the boundaries. The Ukrainians drew the boundaries.
True.
The Russians are now trampling upon the boundaries the Russians agreed to, by the way. So
are you aware that in 91, the Ukrainians voted for sovereignty, but also to remain part of the Soviet Union, or whatever the Soviet Union would become?
okay.
71%.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm suggesting to you is that the people in Eastern Ukraine, the circumstances in the early 90s versus now are very different. And obviously that whole conflict arose in 2014 with Maidan. So I think that their feelings on that probably aren't exactly the same as they would have been in the early 90s when the original borders were determined.
Yeah, I think they're more aggressively anti-Russian now.
True.
Yeah. You think the people in Eastern Ukraine are
Yes,
more
absolutely. Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Wow. I think from the conversations that I've had, now of course I'm me and you're not going to take my word out for it, but most people seem to feel either backstabbed in some capacity or because there's two groups. There's Eastern European, most Eastern Ukrainians I've talked to always were not supportive of like any annexation. They might have had friendly feelings towards Russia, but they never wanted to be annexed necessarily. There's not really any polling to indicate that Eastern Ukrainians wanted to necessarily be annexed by Russia in the recent history.
Right.
But they had friendly feelings towards them. Many of those people seem to somewhat feel backstabbed because they kind of bought into this idea of like the brotherly nation state. The idea that Russia is the brotherly nation, they both like come from the same Slavic history, and that we look out for the best interests of each other.
Which, interestingly enough, now that Poland and Ukraine are closer than ever, Poland and Ukraine are now the sisterly nations. Okay. Like the super close sisterly nations, we can call upon our joint history of being the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You know, this is the result of this conflict.
And now they come to their home, which is smashed to smithereens by Russian bombs. torn apart by Russian artillery and their family members killed by Russian bombardment. And so they see that it was the Russians who initiated this invasion and did this to them, and they feel betrayed. When I was in eastern Ukraine, everybody that I met fighting against the Russian army spoke Russian.
Yeah.
Every single one. I couldn't hear them speaking Ukrainian. And hearing so much dialogue before coming to this country about, the Russian-speaking populations, these people speak Russian, they want to be part of Russia. And then I meet the Russian speakers, and they're the ones firing at the Russians, shooting at the Russians.
Yeah, of course. I think only people in the US would believe such a thing. But anyone living in here would understand.
Just because, somebody speaks Russian, or might have some Russian family members, or might have family members.
Anyone living in here would understand that people in Ukraine, a lot of people in Ukraine just speak Russian. Of course, yeah. And it means nothing.
Even within Russia, doesn't necessarily mean they want to be annexed by a neighboring nation.
Right.
I think there's a lot of people in Mexico who speak English probably in the border regions because they're American immigrants over there, or there are a lot of people in Texas who speak Spanish. That doesn't mean that they want to be annexed by Mexico to bring back the historical borders of the Mexican whatever the fuck. So I think that they don't want to be annexed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What
That's
about
why
the
that's why they did a sham referendum, because they couldn't have a real referendum. Because if they had a real one,
True.
Listen, I'm no Elon guy. I think Elon's very dishonest and full of shit and all that stuff promotion. But what are your
But
thoughts on that proposal that if there were a UN supervised referendum in at least
that specific part, I mean, obviously it would depend on the specifics of the referendum, but I'm not inherently against that. The rest of it I thought was shit, but that's the one part I think is somewhat salvageable, even though it'll never happen.
Yeah, so look, I really hate when arguments get to this thing of well, I don't believe it was real. No, I do. It was what do I know? I think the referendum is significant, right? It's not something you can just ignore.
yes, you can. Because I know history. I know in particular the history of this region, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, etc. And I know that historically this type of referendums were a scam, okay? So I understand how those referendums work. So yeah, you can absolutely disregard them. Of course. Of course you can. Yeah. Ridiculous.
Ignore, but okay,
don't know anything.
I think it's actually reasonable to say if there's a UN supervised referendum and then the people in those regions vote to be part of Russia, I think that we should probably be doing everything in our power if we really agree to a peaceful resolution here to try to figure out how to make that happen. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that if there was I think that would be the best outcome. I don't think anybody is going to be pushing towards that outcome. I don't think the Russians want that outcome. I don't think the Ukrainians want that outcome. I don't think the Americans want that outcome. So I just don't think that's going to happen. It'd be cool. Sadly, I don't think that's in the cards. Speaking on this referendum in particular, nobody who is displaced from the territory, which is a decent part of the population. We're talking 50-60% of the population is displaced. None of them got to vote on it. So a bunch of people didn't get to vote.
People
whether
never
their
get to
house
vote.
was annexed by the Russian Empire. Then there's also the fact that if you're in Ukraine,
Wait. I have to. What was annexed by the Russian Empire? Well, let me.
so I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Let
It'd
me-
be cool. Sadly I don't think that's in the cards. Speaking on this referendum in particular, nobody who is displaced from the territory, which is a decent part of the population. We're talking 50-60% of the population is displaced. None of them got to vote on it. So a bunch of people didn't get to vote whether their house was annexed by the Russian Empire. Then there's also the fact that if you're in
Interesting. Their house. Okay, I thought Dylan would make a more historical argument, but there is a lot more.
Ukrainian-controlled territory in Donetsk or Kherson or in a lot of these areas, you don't get to vote either on whether your house just got annexed. Well, that's pretty fucked too. That doesn't really make much sense. Then there's the fact that the Russian government admitted after the vote that they didn't even know what borders they were going to draw for the region. So that means people voted on the borders of their community that they didn't even know what the borders were going to be. How can you have a vote on independence if you don't even have any idea what the borders are going to be because you're constantly that doesn't make fucking sense. And it was also done in reaction to the Russians getting crushed in Kharkiv because the defensive line was so thin and they got pushed across the Oskil River. So they did it in a move of desperation, and that was shown because they canceled a referendum in Kherson a month before due to safety concerns because of the Kherson counteroffensive. And on top of everything else, there's like a lot of footage of like a lot of ballot stuffing that has been circulated online. I do just want to be clear, like the Russians have a trend of doing this type of thing in Ukraine. I don't think the Russians care about democracy.
Not just in
Ukraine. When we're talking about the government.
Not just in Ukraine, okay? Not.
I look, again, you're over there. I'll take your word that you've spoken to people. I don't have any evidence to counter that you've spoken to people. I wasn't present at the referendum, so I can't say that they weren't true. So, I might just have to, hey, like, I guess find sources on that. Otherwise, it's not worth even going down that road with you. But I guess my argument to that, I could just leave it as it's worth getting an accurate measure, because I don't think that it's at all like this, like absolute resistance to being annexed by Russia either. I think it's probably, I wouldn't even know the percentages, but I would imagine there's a significant number of people who would like to be part of Russia and want to move away from Ukraine. They view it as some corrupt government since 2014, and they feel like they're in hostile hands. And, look, maybe there's a percentage of people over there who just want to be independent in general.
I would say there's a probably similar support for Calexit.
Okay. Well, look, I'll take your word for it. But moving on from that, I'm willing to go as long as you want, but we do risk going in circles here.
Yeah.
I just think that, again, you were saying before about this is a terrible advertisement for the multi-polar world order. There's two responses I have to that. One, this is kind of a bad, in my opinion, advertisement for the unipolar world order, because it feels like something that's inevitably, objectively kind of falling apart. And we're basically just pouring money into it and proliferating death, war, and destruction for the sake of maintaining something that probably isn't good for us, the regular American people, or the people of the world. And then two, I would ask you, what about all of the and you said before, I have to give you credit. You said before that you don't support the unipolar world order. Well, I do kind of want to mention all of the, and there are many war crimes carried out in the name of maintaining that unipolar world order. I mean, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan. Just look at all the massacres in Iraq under American occupation.
Iraq, then therefore Ukraine should not be supported, huh? Iraq, and therefore Ukraine should just be abandoned to rot. Great argument. Iraq, and therefore unipolar power structure, and therefore Ukraine should just be left to rot.
Garib, you can go on and on and on. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people died really for no fucking reason. I don't know. I would say that there's
the thing is,
all right, just fucking go ahead.
Okay. So I would say that the first thing.
Wait a minute. So just another thing, because I wasn't done. So I just want to mention to you that there are a number of indictments that you could make against the unipolar world order that are just as significant. And for you to ignore that is fucking disgusting.
Disgusting. Oh, scumfuck. I got it. Ooh. Okay. I would say that the first thing is, we didn't proliferate the violence. It was the Russians that they invaded. You can't condemn a state for somebody helping a state defend itself or a state defending itself against an invasion. I wouldn't look at the Chinese if they supported the Vietnamese during our invasion of Vietnam and say, wow, look at you helping these helpless people with AK-47s fighting in the jungle against the most powerful military on the planet. There's no chance in hell any of these people are going to win. You're honestly guilty for supporting the Vietnamese against the United States. Of course, that'd be ridiculous. The main culprit would be the Americans taking over from the French colonial occupation.
True,
That would be
exactly.
the main culprits in Vietnam.
Very nice.
It wouldn't be the Chinese.
Very good that you're giving the Vietnam example, because that's a great
Until, of course,
example.
they invaded.
It's a great example, and it's not World War II as well. So he cannot even complain about this really good example. You should give that example more, because it's actually an example that is really tough for him to retort, right? I wonder what's his retort to the Vietnam example.
After, or the Russians for supporting the Viet Cong as well. Well, the Soviet Union, but then of course includes modern day Russia. So I would say first off, yeah. So I think that they're the main one, proliferating violence because they're the one who invaded. As for the unipolar world order, if somebody was to make the case for the multipolar world order with Russia and China as the other poles, for me, I would be like, okay, what's the case you're making to like how it's better than the unipolar world order or how it's better than the system we have currently?
True.
And the first ringing shot of it is Russia invading and murdering and raping and filling up mass graves. It's not the best advertisement. It isn't. And I agree with you. America's done a lot of evil things. I've already agreed to this. And so I brought them up. So you can't say it's disgusting that I didn't highlight them. I specifically went out of my way to highlight Western Sahara. When's the last time you heard somebody on Twitch mention Western Sahara, for fuck's sake, and the UN referendum there, right? Nobody has mentioned that since the 90s. I mean, we even sold them out for the Israelis. So yeah, I mean, I can both say that like the unipolar world order has problems, but a multipolar world order with Russia as one of these mighty poles doesn't seem to be a good option for the people around Russia. Like the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Estonians, and the Poles who are all saying this is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, even the Belarusians who are.
Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, it is terrifying. The Pole here has spoken. Right? Gosh darn. Gigglers.
Supposed to be in the Russian sphere of influence don't seem to be very happy with this invasion, as they're engaging in acts of sabotage, and Lukashenko can't convince his population to invade the country, as they were almost openly revolting against him 2 years ago due to his sham election.
Also, not almost openly. 100% openly. It wasn't almost openly. It was 1000% openly. Okay? It's hard to believe this. It's already been 2 years since then.
So all I'm saying is like, this is a bad advertisement from the multipolar world order.
Yep.
Yeah. So a couple things on that. First of all, I would argue that the idea that I'm suggesting there should be a world governed by Russia and China is not really what I'm trying to say. What I'm suggesting is a better world system, in my view, would be one where there's a better or a more equitable balance of power between the major countries in the world in terms of economic size and military size. Really, I think every country that is has nuclear capabilities should have more or less like an equitable say in many of these conflicts. Because
what about Israel?
Yeah, I think. Listen, I'm not a fan of Israel at all, but I would say that if Israel is a nuclear power, they're a major military force. Now, a lot of that is because of direct U.S. support, and if you want to get into my views on Israel, that's a whole different other thing. But as the world stands right now, objectively, we look at it like, yeah, there are these I don't know, 8 to 12 or so countries that have these major, economic implications for the rest of the world. If anything happens there, it affects the rest of us. And these, huge, in many ways, bloated military industrial complexes, many of which include nuclear weapons. And any event that occurs with one of these countries,
Okay.
it's not a positive or it's not a good thing if America is the arbiter of justice and comes swooping in to try to sort shit out. Because in every single example where we've attempted to do that, it's created more disruption and problems. Vietnam, you mentioned before, but Korea is another great example. I mean, we fucking totally ruined that peninsula. We killed, upwards of millions of people. And for what? For this divided country now, where half of it is, starving, and the other half of it is, booming in terms of its economics, but there's this mass underclass of very poor people. And, it just all like, I think,
guess.
generally speaking, what I'm just
I
trying.
guess it would have been better if the whole of Korea was starving. Yeah, it would have been better if all of Korea was starving. Is your argument? What are you trying to say here? What is the argument that you're trying to make? Like, yeah, I have to wonder. Right?
Trying to get across is that maintaining empire,
What are you trying to?
in some sense, it kind of was logical during the Cold War because it's this vying for power between these two major countries. I'm not saying it was right. It at least made sense. Now it doesn't really make sense. What we're trying to do is sort of contain Russia and China and all these, well, really Russia and China, from gaining any sort of spheres of influence out of these tight little regions. And I think, honestly, Dylan, at the end of the day, it's a losing battle.
Can I ask you a question? You keep saying like the unipolar world is showing its cracks, and obviously America is not the 90s anymore. But if anything, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has made me a lot less confident in Russia's abilities as a world power, and a lot more confident in NATO's strength, considering that NATO has basically been guideless. I would say sailless, directionless. I think is the word, directionless for the last ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Like, what's its purpose past the collapse of the Soviet Union, since it was a mutual defense pact to protect from the Soviet Union. And then the Russians invaded Ukraine and gave NATO purpose again when many people were questioning whether it even needed to exist, and then added 2 more NATO states, Sweden and Finland. And if Ukraine wins, there's a decent chance it'll be added as a NATO state. So personally, I would say this hasn't made me like, the cracks in the unipolar world order, America and NATO look so weak. If anything, I mean, Russia probably is coming out of this looking 10 times weaker. And I think it's making a lot of authoritarian leaders around the globe kind of question exactly how much this unipolar world order has fallen. And a lot of people are questioning whether or not they can go through with similar actions in their part of the world. I also think that this should be part and parcel with America decreasing support to outright eliminating support for Saudi Arabia.
That is true that Russia is looking very weak. Russia is looking more or less as the way that it looked before World War I, when it lost a war against Japan. Everyone was afraid of Russia as an empire, and then it lost against Japan, and everybody saw how weak it was, and we are seeing the repeat of that right now with Ukraine. Basically.
For limiting support for Azerbaijan, we need to have a long and hard discussion about Erdogan's government. Like, I feel like I gotta make this disclaimer at the end of each sentence because America do bad. But yeah, I don't see the collapse when it comes to this invasion. Because the Russians, I mean, their army kind of fucking sucks. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't you think there's a difference between the amount of in terms of the full power of the Russian military, especially after they implement mobilization, versus what they've done earlier?
Shoigu says that already 200,000 conscripts have already been deployed into Ukraine. And they're still retreating. They've more than doubled the amount of troops they have in Ukraine, and they're still retreating.
True. This is cope.
Gotcha.
What's going on?
Hey man, I'm not fucking General Patton over here. What I'm saying is that
what is happening is cope. Shakespeare, come on. What we're witnessing is cope. This person mentioned cope before. This is cope. saying, "Oh, just wait for Russia to show us
It
its
stands to reason to some
real
extent
power."
that the Russian military, which is just by man much larger, and you would imagine in some sense,
Go.
better equipped.
Go.
Maybe that's not the case now.
Better equipped. Cope. Russian army is better equipped. Such cope. Okay, you're living in a fantasy land. This is just fantasy land speak. Wow, such cope is unbecoming. Cope. I swear. Cope.
All the Western support of Ukraine, but in a general sense, I would say, yeah, I mean, the Ukrainians are at the very least outmanned. Look, I'm a little apprehensive going down that road because I don't want to come across like I'm supporting Ukrainians being killed. Like I don't support that whatsoever. But all I'm saying is that when I talk about the proliferation of death, what I'm saying is that, yeah, Russia entering Ukraine, of course, an X number of people were going to die. But sending weapons over there to prolong the conflict will lead to more people dying. That's kind of my argument.
Do you think it was wrong for anyone to send the Viet Cong support?
Well, that's an interesting question. Again, I think it's a very different situation. And I don't, feel totally comfortable, making the A to A. It's apples and oranges. But at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I think it's good if the Soviet Union supported the Viet Cong.
Okay.
Oh.
I think there was another thing I wanted to address. What was it? What was the other thing? Oh yeah, the nukes. I am somebody who is generally in favor of denuclearization. I basically want most states to get rid of their nuclear arsenals.
Same.
I think they're a ticking time bomb, quite literally. They're a ticking time bomb that will go off eventually, not even necessarily due to humans like deliberately nuking each other, but like some old nuclear arsenal rusting out or somebody forgetting about something and then boom, just fucking mass destruction. That's something that scares me quite a lot, right?
Same.
And so I'm fearful of this thing you talked about. Basically, any country with a nuclear arsenal should basically kind of like become a pole. Wouldn't that just motivate a lot of weak countries, generally weak,
nuclear
like weak
weapons.
internationally speaking, not as people or anything.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Like a weak nation to basically be like, well, if I want to get strong, I'll just get a nuke because then I'll be strong.
True.
I mean, that's what North Korea did, and that's terrible that they did that.
No, it's a good thing. It's a really good thing.
You think it's a good thing?
It's a wonderful thing. That's the only thing that's...
They're doing missile launches over Japan right now.
I think the missile launches in general, I think, are a routine part of maintaining a nuclear arsenal for a country that's still developing the technology.
Would it be routine for us to do a missile launch over Russia?
We tested nuclear warheads all the time when we first developed them.
Did we launch missiles over Russia?
Yeah.
We didn't geopolitically, we weren't.
Oh my god, so dishonest, so easily. What a bastardo.
In geographically a place where we had to do that to test their capabilities. No,
cringe.
North Korea is.
You know they did that knowing it would be extremely provocative and scary for Ukrainian as Japanese civilians as sirens go off as they think maybe this will be the last time they get to speak to their families because a fucking missile is inbound. Like that's pretty scary.
I'm not saying that there isn't an aspect to that also includes, a show of force. Sure. But it's also part of testing the actual missiles themselves. Well, now, what I'm trying to get across to...
But they can fire them up. They can test them by firing them up. That's how they usually do it to avoid confrontations like this.
This is so dishonest.
I'm trying to say.
Like he's pretending he doesn't know such things. So Dylan's concern is valid, but not in the way that he's suggesting. Nuclear weapons are not barrels of TNT. They're not going to randomly explode. They're more likely to create the big... they're more likely really big clocks. Well, I guess we can be more worried about nuclear waste leaking, right? I guess this would be the biggest worry, but yeah, I guess you're right. Like, Holy moly. There's a problem in the United States and especially Russia where not nearly enough money is being spent to maintain. True. True.
That it's good for North Korea to have nuclear weapons simply because it's preventing the invasion of North Korea, which is objectively what was going to happen in the 1990s during the famine. In fact, there's documentation. I can pull the sources up. It's like a whole thing. But basically, the US government saw that there was a famine going on in North Korea. We actually decided not to provide aid or do any sort of like meaningful work with the Kim regime because we hoped that the famine would weaken the Kim regime and lead to it being overthrown. And that's one of the reasons why the North Koreans went through the arduous march. It was this horrible time in Korean history. And Kim Jong-il devoted so much of the country's resources to continue developing nuclear weapons. He was actually willing to drop that in the event that the US would send aid and cut the sanctions, and we didn't.
Oh yeah, he was willing to. Actually, it's not. Actually, no. The fact that North Korea decided to not aid its citizens and starve them out, it's actually the US's fault, not the regimes of North Korea. Did you not know? Right? The US should be ashamed. Feel shame, US government.
We didn't because we thought the regime would collapse on its own.
Do you legitimately think that the Kim regime would have dropped their pursuance of nuclear weapons if we...
No. No, I do not believe so.
if we reduced sanctions or stopped sanctions?
Nope.
They agreed to do.
That's what they agree. Do you think they've ever lied about their nuclear arsenal before?
Oops.
I think that you have just as much evidence for that as someone saying some random.
Well, I mean, so if I wait, what do you mean? I just have as much evidence that they lied about the nuclear arsenal? Like we can just look at what they've said about the nuclear arsenal, and then what is objective fact that they have a nuclear arsenal?
They've been pretty upfront that they've been developing it. It's not a matter of developing it and hiding. They've been actually, as you mentioned before, very open about the fact that they've developed it as a show of force. And it's not a show of force just for the sake of having a show of force. It's a show of force to show that they're not going to be pressured into making regime change.
Do you think that if it wasn't for nuclear weapons that they would have been invaded?
Yeah.
You don't think China would have stepped in with their nuclear arsenal and stopped that? As happens with many nuclear... I mean, the Soviet Union did this many times, that they had a nuclear arsenal.
In the 90s, I'm less confident in saying that China would have jumped in to defend North Korea.
Was there any invasion plans drawn? I honestly don't know. But how far along was American invasion plans?
Well, we didn't attempt to invade.
In fact, wasn't it because of China that that the North
simply because we
beat
hoped
back
the
the
Kim regime
US
would collapse on
and
its
South
own.
Korea?
It
was because of the China support. Right?
I'm trying to argue to you is, let's say Kim never developed the weapons at all. And once we, had a rapprochement with China in the 70s and then into the 80s and the 90s, when that economic relationship became further developed, and our relationship with China was really good, it's not infeasible to suggest that, hey, now we can just triangulate around North Korea, depose Kim, and set up a, puppet regime over there.
If we knew they were developing nukes, why didn't we just invade then? Because if they were developing nuclear weapons, then that would be the best time to invade, because once they have them, it's going to be a lot harder, right?
I think a big part of the reason we didn't was because a bulk of the nuclear research was taking place at a time when it would have been untenable to invade.
Okay. I have some vague memories about the Clinton administration in my mind right now, but it completely fails me. I haven't.
You mean you weren't there? You don't remember?
No, I wasn't born yet. Sadly,
well,
I missed that.
Cringe.
Yeah, I was in my father's nutsack. Sadly, didn't have a front.
Damn, I was already 3 years old. Anyway, no, actually, wait, no, I was only one. Never mind.
Don't ask me how old I was.
Okay, I won't ask you. I won't. God, there was something else I wanted to ask you, but I already forgot what it was.
That's my fault. Sorry.
Fuck, what was it?
We were talking about whether or not the U.S. would have invaded and
Yeah, but there was something out. Oh, fuck, I already forgot it, so it's gone to time.
That's all right. I mean, we're a little off topic. I mean, not extremely off topic because again, it's just lending to the idea. You were saying that it's not good if more countries develop nuclear weapons. And, I think in a general sense, long term, yeah, I totally support nuclear, denuclearization for all, right? But currently, there are many countries with nuclear weapons and a few countries that are trying to develop them. Okay, so we're in a situation where objectively, I'm trying to suggest to you, all those countries should probably have a seat at this, so to speak, multipolar table, right? Because they all have the capability to do a lot of fucking damage.
I think there could be like a conference for nuclear states to discuss issues about nuclear. But I don't think that having a nuclear bomb should necessarily come with like special voting power in the UN and like I have a bomb, therefore fuck your human rights legislation. Because that would be absolutely terrible way to run things. It's just I have bigger bomb, therefore human rights can suck.
Mine is bigger.
I think that's a terrible way to run things.
True.
There is a lot of problems with the UN in general, right?
The human rights count. I don't think that we should have these permanent seats at the top of it to begin with. I think that is inherently anti-democratic.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it should be a rotating sort of thing. But
yeah. Oh, but here's the other question. I remembered it. Do you think Ukraine should have given up their arsenal?
Their nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting question, and I understand why you're asking it. I would say, generally speaking, in that case, it was probably the right thing for Ukraine to do, assuming that Ukraine and Russia would have good relations moving forward. Obviously, in retrospect, it appears to be a big mistake. Ultimately, that would have prevented the SMO.
Didn't Russia say they would respect Ukraine's international borders and the agreement that they made to get rid of their nuclear arsenal? But then immediately when Ukraine's like, you know what? We're not going to go the path of being extremely favorable towards Russia. They're like, never mind.
Yeah. Who was the leader of Russia when that happened?
Vladimir Putin, 2014? What do you mean?
With the agreement to denuclearize?
Oh no, I thought you were talking 2014 when they invaded. I think it was.
What does it matter?
Gorbachev or Yeltsin?
Wait, what does it matter? Like, what? Oh, they are debating Ukraine, of course. Boy meets Mini. Like, what do you mean? What does it matter who's in charge of Russia at a given time? So what? Agreements only are valid for as long as the current leader of a given country is in charge?
Yeltsin. So what I'm trying to say is that this administration and that one, two very different things.
What?
Yeah, I also agree that. Well, no, I don't know if you agree with it, but I think Putin's a terrible, terrible, terrible human being.
I think we make Putin out to. I wouldn't say.
So international agreements are only good from administration to administration? What is this supposed to be? Like, is this person really saying that international agreements stop sort of having power when a new administration comes into power? What are you saying?
Putin's some great guy at all. Okay, but I think the U.S. media is extremely guilty of making Putin seem like a uniquely evil person, when relative to the rest of the world, I would say he's about as evil as any other leader.
I would not agree with that. I would say he's on the more evil spectrum of world leaders. I think most nations haven't had their military create fucking mass graves in another country. Actually, most world leaders haven't invaded another country.
The U.S.
Yeah, but the U.S. is an exceptional case, isn't it?
Well,
you said on the spectrum of the world, he's like in the middle, and I'm thinking most leaders have not ordered the invasion of another nation. That's the first thing. Most leaders haven't engaged in a war of aggression. Most leaders haven't engaged in the annexation of another nation's territory illegally like this. Most leaders haven't engaged in it's hard to know exactly where the order came from, but we do know that there was orders for the execution of civilians. Who gave those orders? How high those orders went up? We don't know. But at the end of the day, he is the president of the Russian Federation. He is the one that would be held accountable in this type of situation. And that was the precedent we sent after Nuremberg. So I mean, I would say he's pretty evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You cannot just say,
denying.
oh, Putin, yes, he's like run-of-the-mill leader. No. Like in that scope, to just say that Putin is like just some run-of-the-mill leader. He devastated Chechnya in the mid-90s, no better than Yeltsin, yeah.
Ukraine's right to exist, denying a nation who wants to exist their right to exist when they very clearly have for hundreds of years struggled for their right to exist. It's pretty evil. It's the same thing Erdogan's doing to the Kurdish people. I think that's evil as well.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I could clarify. Equal to a country of comparable size, in terms of military strength, military size,
So you would say Joe Biden and Putin are on the same level.
Oh yeah, Joe Biden's a monster.
You're on the same level? I wouldn't say they're on the same level.
No,
I wouldn't go
Would
that
you
far.
agree he's a monster?
What do you use a monster? I guess relative to what is the question? Yeah, relative to what? Relative to U.S. leaders, no. Relative to the average person, yes. But that would be true of any major
There we
state.
go. Thank you. That's just my point.
Okay. I thought you said of the world countries,
Right. So, well, what I'm trying to kind of get the idea across is that world leaders in general, relative to the average person, are monsters.
Why would you compare world leaders to an average person? That's a pretty silly thing to do.
Most world leaders in America.
Okay.
I mean, how many people? What do you think?
Yeah,
George
but-
W.
I mean,
What do you think?
I guess
people should-
the difference is, right, when Joe Biden, right, he is president of the United States. The one thing he's done while in office that I think probably actually realigned a lot of my opinions on him was he's drawn down the American drone war to levels that we've never seen it drawn down to. Would you agree to that or not?
I agree with that.
I mean, if I said, hey, if I said there was a 95 decrease percent in drone strikes in a president's term, you would assume it was fucking like, fucking the Green Party won the White House if you heard that in most circumstances.
I'm familiar with the reduction in drone strikes, Dylan.
Yeah,
Do you think
he
that-
pulled out of Afghanistan, which was.
Do you think that's pulling out of it? Well, okay.
Wait, do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think Pete Buttigieg would have pulled out of Afghanistan?
You're saying a lot of shit, dude. Like, the pulling out of Afghanistan was a good thing in general, right? We needed to leave there. The way we exited was a fucking disaster. Everybody knows that.
Of course,
And
but-
then the
course it
drone
was-
thing is a stupid argument because he's done more to create war by funding, Ukraine and sending weapons over there. So
He
it's
didn't
sort of an
create the war. Russia created the war when they invaded. You responded to the war. As a leader, you have to respond to wars of aggression. Churchill didn't create World War II because
Well, kids were fighting on the playground. You gave one a gun and the other one a knife. Wouldn't
did
that be like?
Okay, so FDR,
True.
World War
What the
II. We're
hell?
back to this shit again.
Stop bringing it up.
Yeah, but the thing is, FDR didn't create the war. Just
Yeah,
like
well,
South Korea didn't create the war during
True.
it was the Kim family who invaded the South, right? They created the war.
Yeah.
Whoever, if you initiate a war, you created it. If you initiate a war, you created it. If I stabbed you, I initiated a fight. If I punched you, I created the fight.
True.
Attack me. What did I do?
You know what I mean, though? If I punched you, I created the fight. If you defend yourself,
Korea was created by the U.S. We drew you understand
What?
the U.S. military establishment legit took a map from National Geographic, decided the borderline.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, the whole reason that conflict happened is because of the U.S.
Well,
Like,
and Stalin and the Kim family. I mean,
Well,
like,
Stalin-
what?
no,
I mean, let me ask you a question.
Stalin-
What claim to power did Kim realistically have?
True.
He really did bad shit.
Popular sovereignty.
Popular sovereignty. How popular was he that he had to be propped up by the
Oh,
Soviets?
We intervened before we gave the country a chance to decide on their own. because
You
we
mean
wanted
wait?
to-
So you're saying you mean like with the elections, or do you mean with the invasion?
No, when we legit drew up a boundary line, and you mentioned Stalin's fault and all of that is agreeing to it, which even the U.S. military was shocked that he did that. But the U.S. military basically, was Bone Steel and all these people drew up this border line, totally arbitrary, divided the country, and the South attacked. Initially. The North responded and invaded, and then the war happened. But we
Wait.
never gave the Korean
What do you mean?
people.
What do you mean the South?
What? This is such weird retelling of history. He did say that, yes. He did say that. But I guess arguments are like, But now he's saying they created it, Like trying to defend North Korea, is ridiculous.
South attacked initially. What do you mean by that? So the South invaded.
No, the South attacked first.
How did they?
What?
Okay, who gives a fuck? I couldn't care less. This is. I mean, that's. I mean, the Poles shelled the Germans, right? The Poles shelled the Germans when the Germans invaded. I mean, this every war. It's like that. Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. It's not always about World War II. Now, come on.
No, but because that's.
Yep, the Polish people attacked the German, radio station. There we go. There we go. How has the U.S. created the war mesh if they didn't join the war until after it started? That's just textbook. Yeah, it is. Like, how do you say, oh yeah, it was the South Korea that attacked first and then North invaded? Like, ridiculous.
Russians said that the fucking Ukrainians attacked them. The Germans said the Poles attacked them. This is every war they say that they attacked first and then they go in and they invade.
I can find your source.
Okay. I think we're kind of getting off topic a little bit here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe let's wrap up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Run back to the actual Ukraine-Russian thing. Since that we came into this. With the discussion being about should the U.S. be funding Ukraine in this conflict, I think that'd be a good point to close on. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Non-smoker, do you have a preference on who goes first in this?
What a name.
No, it doesn't matter. I could go first.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I'm not convinced,
non-smoker.
at the end of the day. And okay, I think it's important for me to say that most Americans or most people, I think, who support Ukraine in this conflict, are generally well-intended, usually liberal-minded people.
Evil people.
Okay, so I don't think that the people who support Ukraine or whatever, like even people who maybe have a negative view of Putin or whatever, are bad people and horrible. And I'm definitely not anti-Ukraine. I don't want you.
Wait. Are you suggesting that having a negative view of Putin could possibly make you look like a bad person? Is this what you're... Oh, I'm not saying that anyone who is like... This is like when... What? Let's analyze this statement. I'm not saying that people that think better of Putin are bad people. Well, great, because it's good to think bad of Putin. What do you mean? Ridiculous. What's happening here?
To be destroyed and all this shit. Like, I would not ever advocate for anything like that. Ultimately, I want the war to end. I would like there to be peace. I do not think that can be achieved by us sending billions of dollars of weapons to Ukraine. It's totally counterintuitive. I mean, Dylan keeps bringing up the example of two people getting into a fight. If you keep throwing weapons in the middle of a fight, it's not going to reduce the...
You're not what? Supporting... Wait, hold on. Supporting Ukraine is not throwing weapons in the middle of a fight. It's supporting one side, the side that it's defending itself. Now, this is just mischaracterizing the situation altogether. This is ultra bad faith. To say that the US supporting Ukraine is throwing weapons, quote unquote, in the middle of the fight. Because saying throwing weapons in the middle of the fight implies that it's just the weapons are being thrown for either side to pick up and use. Okay? What the hell? What the hell? This is what it implies, throwing weapons in the middle of the conflict.
Probability that the fight will continue. It's reducing the probability that the fight will be worse, right? That's my whole argument. And it's having a disastrous impact on the domestic economy. It's not going to get any better. Here's the one thing I'll grant Dylan. We're headed for a recession one way or another. And when I talk about civil unrest, it would not be simply because of Ukraine. What I'm saying, though, is that the situation in Ukraine is exacerbating this problem, and that the civil unrest, therefore, will be to a greater
Ukraine
degree
should just be abandoned
right, by
for the
our
greater
supporting
good, huh?
this conflict continually, which I think is sad to say, and maybe for Dylan.
Oh, you're
and
so
people who support
sad.
Ukraine,
You're
I think
so
is a losing
sad.
effort.
So, I think sometimes you need to end a fight by winning it. And I
Yep.
think that's the best way to end the fight. Not only because by winning it do you preserve certain things, whether it be Ukraine's
Amazing.
democracy, Ukraine's territorial integrity,
True.
stop your people from being occupied and brutalized as the Russian government has done in Bucha, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, and Izium, in Lyman, and all these locations that have dropped into the international atmosphere of attention due to the scale of Russian violence. As I mean, the most recent report of that was really horrifying to me was of this little portable Auschwitz that this one
Yeah.
group of Russian soldiers made, where they took a gas mask, put it on people they were torturing, and then lit a cloth on fire and choked them to death as a form of torture. Like, the type of brutality we've seen is absolutely atrocious. And I think that this is a fight that you end by winning.
True.
Bullies, a lot of times,
True,
if
Dylan.
we're going to be using playground fight analogies, a lot of times you can try to appease them all you want, but at some point you need to put a red line in the sand. And I think the Russians have crossed that red line, and that the correct outcome here is for them
Is
to
to
leave
win.
Ukraine. When we
True.
say this is a losing effort, on the while we're saying this at the same time that the Russians just got
Keep in mind, this person has already said that it would be for the greater good to just abandon Ukraine. It's one of the few cases where US NATO are on the right side, unlike what they did in Bangladesh in struggle for independence in 71.
routed in Kharkiv, the supposedly second most powerful army in the world. At the same time, they just got pushed out of Lyman. At the same time that the front line
Very
is
good.
collapsing around Kherson as
Very
more and more
good.
Russian soldiers surrender, and Russia has to take more and more brutal measures that even the Ukrainians don't have to take to defend themselves. The most obvious example of this is the 10 years in prison you can get for surrendering to Ukraine.
But a recession is absolutely a red herring. There are dozens of other factors contributing much more to the recession, most strongly a lack of legal action against crooked corporations. True! Like,
These are ridiculous policies
Yeah.
implemented by a desperate administration that is clawing at straws to see how they can save their colonial project, because the
True!
colonized don't want to be colonized, and they're not subjected.
Darren is so great on this. Like,
And I
would...
think that this is
Wow.
a moral struggle, and people can say, "Oh, well, by us giving them guns, the Ukrainian, this keeps the war going because the Ukrainians
Yeah,
will use these
because
weapons."
Russia keeps attacking. Do you know why? Do you know what makes the war going? Russia keeping attacking makes the war going. So in this guy's mind, the only thing that would end the war would just Ukraine losing. This is what this person is de facto saying. Anyone who says that the war would end if the support was cut is basically de facto saying the only way for this war to end is for Ukraine to lose. This is what those people are saying. And more people should just point it out, that by saying the war will not end until the support ends, that they are basically saying the war won't end until Ukraine loses. It's time to
I mean, yeah,
be
they will
more
use these weapons. They will use these
frank
weapons
about
to
it.
win the war, therefore ending the war. And ultimately, the population
Right.
that should that can have the moral like declaration on whether their deaths are worth the struggle are the Ukrainians. And if we were to look at any polling number from the Ukrainian population, the vast majority do not want to give up their territory.
True.
The vast majority do not want to surrender with the Russians. The vast majority barely even want to negotiate, considering the different things that Russia has done to them, not only over the past over 200 days, but the past 8 years as they lied about putting their troops near Crimea, invaded Crimea, then illegally annexed it, lied about it the whole time, did a fake...
8 years and before. And if Dolores or Kratos was serious about the economy, he would be arguing with people about that, not the war in Ukraine. I would go so far as to say he's implicitly supporting the recession. Don't worry, they promised they would stop at Crimea.
referendum, supported separatist and FSB agents as they went into Donetsk and shot down civilian airliners and brutalized the local population, persecuted religious minorities. Or we could just look at this bigger invasion, which they lied and talked about this was a training exercise on the border before invading. This is a pattern of behavior by the Russian government that needs to be stopped now, not 20 years down the road with a settlement that'll ultimately be broken if Ukraine isn't in a position of strength to defend itself moving forward. I think the Ukrainians should end the war by winning it.
True. Dylan is so good.
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys both
support
being here.
for
First of all, I
Dylan
want to thank Non-Smoker for being flexible and allowing Dylan to be on at all tonight. I want to thank
Dylan
Dylan
is
for coming on
great.
such short notice. And I know that this kind of turned into like a debate between you two and then me just kind of moderating. I thought that it was, I thought it was fine. I thought it was good. I got a lot of high-level important ideas in my brain right now. And I do want to inform myself more on this conflict. So I was very informative from both of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, informative from Non-Smoker. Wow. Yeah. Slava Ukraini. Or, if you, as you would say it in Polish, Sława Ukrainie. Chwała Ukrainie? Sława Ukrainie, chwała Ukrainie. You can say both ways in Polish. Slava Ukraini. Those languages are pretty similar. Yeah. You're in a really sad position when you think that that non-smoker guy was informative about the Ukrainian conflict. Like, that's, no, that's something. That's something else, right?
Guys, for your perspectives. And I hope both of you have a really great night.
If you
just
want
thanks
more
again for being here.
information, I got a few Raytheon packets I can give you that give you a lot of good info.
Okay. I'll consider
Fantastic.
that. Thank you, Dylan.
No worries.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, you both have a good one.
You too.
You as well. Thanks, Dylan.
Well, look at that. We had a debate today.
Yeah.
We had a
very
debate
sad.
on the internet. We had a debate on the internet.
All right.
I had no clue who that person was. I was gonna say it's generally polite, but I was accused of being Hitlerian a few times. But it is what it is. I'm just used to that type of dialogue on the internet anyway. As long as somebody's not literally screaming at the top of their lungs, it feels like it was like a polite debate. That's how low our standards have gotten. How are you doing, site chat, Twitch chat? How you guys doing? How you guys feel about that? It just kept using. God, I felt like. I think the thing that
I feel how I feel about this. I feel this was a really... It's just a waste of time for Dylan.
got me.
Debates like that are a waste of time, considering all the things that Dylan has been doing recently. Debates are like that are a waste of time for him. I'm not gonna lie. You know?
We established immediately almost that, hey, so you are willing to sanction countries and send aid to a country even though you're a non-interventionist, even if the struggle is moral and it's for a moral reason. So we immediately got around that, but we would pivot back to it any time I felt like
True.
Like
True.
we got to like a corner or we got somewhere.
Let me read it out loud. There's something my grandpa used to say. War is the cruelest and most unjust of all God's creations, and anyone who would bring war to innocent people needs to be stopped at all costs.
Where I feel like there has like we need like a hard yes or no, like an answer here, you know? Was that the progenitor of the morally corrupt, bankrupt man soundbite? No, that was actually BPF. Dylan's frame is unbreakable. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. Dylan Burns. Dylan, you got a knuckle dragger here that's named Third Testicles. Oh, fantastic. Shit tier debate. Wait, one second. I can't see what it says. You said God tier debate. Awesome. It was a good one. I'm glad
Was
we
it?
found the Church of Raytheon. Lockheed Martin are heretics, and Raytheon is the one true church we should worship at. A Raytheon office was literally
What is a good debate?
across the
I don't know. I don't know if
near
I
my school
say
when I was
that.
growing up. My
That's a
high
bit
school,
far.
it was literally
That's a
across
bit
from my
much.
high school, and it pissed
Say
me
that
off a
was
ton
good.
as a young little Bernie bro. The kid. Crazy how he would say stop comparing the conflict to other conflicts every time you compared it. Well, because he thought those conflicts were moral while this one wasn't. When all I wanted to establish with him was that him saying he's an anti-interventionist is not really true. Because if I provide him a situation where he wants to intervene, like apartheid
Maybe he
South
will.
Africa, he's perfectly willing to intervene.
True.
And so the real question wasn't, oh, should we or should we not support the morality of the Ukrainian struggle? Because of anti-interventionist leanings, because I don't feel like he's really an anti-interventionist. It should have become a question of like, is the Ukrainian struggle moral?
True.
And sadly, that's the one thing I don't feel like we got to like go back and forth over. Funny how he said don't bring up history, then immediately brings up. I don't think he said don't bring up history. But I do feel like he was uncomfortable by the comparisons. Stop bringing up wars I like in hindsight. It shows my ideas are inconsistent. Yeah, that was pretty mean of me. That was very mean of me. Oh god, he said my chat doesn't like you. I wonder what his chat was all up on.
Oh yeah.
Wonder how his chat was really doing.
Yeah, I guess it's time for us to. It's time for me to go to the toilet, and then we will do some more things. So don't leave, like the stream, consider becoming a Patreon, right? Always consider becoming a Patreon, and we will be back with more nice things, okay? Okay, I will be right back. Don't run away. Don't go away, because now is the time for us to do some more nice things together. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Now we have a choice. It was good and I didn't do well enough against Dollar Store Kratos. Not perfectly by any means, and not exceptionally well, but he showed badly to be that drinkful. True. True. Okay, 1. Some more FF. 6. 2. Moving on to the next political topic. Well, I suck at Doom, so that's a problem, right? That's the problem that we are finding ourselves at. That's the dilemma. Me sucking at Doom. But yeah. What do you think? 1 or 2? Which one are we in favor of right now? This is like a big democracy kind of thing over here. We are being ultra democratic over here when it comes to our topics. Alright, I do have a few topics that I have for us today, so let's go. We are having, it has been brought to my attention, we have recently talked about the manifesto by Lonerbox, and we do have a topic of the trans genocide that has been brought to my attention on our little forum sphere. Lonerbox manifesto. There we go. Let's take a look at a few things. First of all, research on genocide, the United States. Where's part 1? Lemking Institute Roundtable on Genocide, LGBT Violence Across the Globe, right? Although, I think I have like a better treat for us when it comes to this. I think President Sunday has covered this together with Doe, so I think we can take a look at that. Lemkin's genocide concept with Doe.
Hello.
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 Hey, Demon Mom, you're sounding a little different today.
What's up?
It's a cold.
Oh, nothing much. We were
That's all right.
just
Demo mama.
having our minds expanded by what if Altist telling us about the negative
Yeah,
effects of science on society.
Oh no.
I opened up the stream for a second, and that looked like let's call it a treat.
Yeah, let's call it that. I think that's the ticket. Thank you for rescuing us from that.
Yeah, sure.
I hate covering what if Altist stuff. It gets views, but it's like they're all the same.
I love covering What If Out His because it gives me views and I desperately need views, okay? I'm still growing. I'm a growing ducky. Come on.
Chat, let me know if you can't hear Doe properly.
Sorry, I've literally never sat through a What If Alt His video. I think I saw.
This is not a debate. This is not a debate. Doe is great and they are just gonna discuss, okay? They're not gonna be debating.
A debate, maybe, with Vosh.
He debated Vosh, and then he talked to Steven afterwards, and Steven was just like nodding. Yeah.
Oh, of course he was. Okay, yeah.
He finally met a kindred spirit,
When did that happen?
someone else to match
Yeah,
his
to the
intellectual
moon.
powers.
Lucy to the moon.
Well, I hope you had a good sleep. Oh,
Wait,
I
when
did
did
actually, yeah.
when did that debate with Vosh and talk with Steven happen?
Thank you.
good. I'm happy for you. I myself have not slept in a few days. Has Demon Mama recovered, by the way? She,
Wait, as you haven't slept?
on and off.
Oh
it's,
no.
It's iffy. I mean, that's usual. My favorite meme about me is that I fake yawn, as if I need to fake it.
Is it to like get you out of certain situations or something? Is that the implication?
I think it's to like intimidate my foes and like act sort of nonchalant, like, oh yeah, I don't need to try.
Oh.
Ah,
Wow.
Yeah.
What an interesting theory.
Indeed. I think that was started by Wicked
right.
Supreme, actually. Okay, I'm just trying
Wicked
to pull up a thing
Supreme.
here.
I remember that
we go.
meme.
So I'll share my screen with you, and we can go through it, and we can chat quickly, and then I can let you go.
That sounds great.
All right. Just bear with me a sec. I love having two monitors, but I can't freaking find anything. Okay. Here we go.
All right, let's go.
So can you see that?
Almost. It's loading in.
Thanks for the lift, Launchpad. No problemo.
Now I can.
Brilliant. All right, so
More
this
people should watch
is
me.
society or association or what the hell is it called? Institution or institute is not directly affiliated with Raphael Lemkin. However, it is named after him. I believe it was instituted in 2017. Actually, let's see here very quickly. Yeah, launched in the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention has grown from the Iraq Project for Genocide Prevention and Accountability, which was launched in 2017 to address the need for long-term capacity building and genocide prevention in Iraq. In the wake of ISIS genocides, we saw an enormous grassroots interest in ending the cycle of violence and promoting lasting peace. We are now bringing that work to the global grassroots. So I just wanted to read that quickly so we know sort of where we're getting this information from. So this was published on November 29th, 2022. This is a statement on the genocidal nature of the gender-critical movement's ideology and practice.
Right.
So I'm just going to read through this, and if you
They're
want to stop and
genocidal,
comment
in
at
other
any point,
words.
let me know. Feel free to interrupt, but I'll just read through it quickly. It's not terribly long. Shouldn't take 5 or so minutes.
Okay.
That sounds great.
Brilliant. So the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention voices its concern over the growing number of laws introduced in the United States
Uh-oh.
that target transgender individuals and the transgender community.
Uh-oh.
Anti-trans hostility in the U.S. has become a staple of the Republican Party's election strategy and is clearly being used to stoke voters' fears of a changing world by raising the specter of a malevolent, polluting force tied to liberalism, cosmopolitanism, and democracy. The Lemkin Institute believes that the so-called quote-unquote gender-critical movement that is behind these laws is a fascist movement furthering a specifically genocidal ideology that seeks the complete eradication of trans identity from the world.
True.
Genocidal ideologies
now,
are ideologies that
Lonerbox?
deny or seek to erase the existence of a specific group because of the specific threat it poses to the holders of the ideology. The gender-critical movement simultaneously denies that transgender identity is real and seeks to eradicate it completely from society. Many gender-critical ideologues identify themselves as feminists and believe themselves to be protecting women from men. They accuse transgender women of being stealth men and of transgender men of being self-hating women. The movement, a centerpiece of right-wing ascendancy in the Western world, calls for discrimination against and harassment of transgender individuals and the transgender community through laws and policies that criminalize trans identity and trans life. The Lemkin Institute is alarmed by the growing number of attempts in the Western world to enact policies and spread prejudice that threaten the well-being and even the existence of transgender people.
True.
The gender-critical movement is a loose international affiliation of people and groups who promote far-right ideas that have gained a degree of centrist respectability through their purported defense of women. The
Right.
movement alleges
Yeah,
that people
reported.
cannot determine their own sex or gender. and
Like
that
the typical attack on trans people by framing it as attack on women. Like trans people are attacking women. Ridiculous.
genitalia observed by doctors at birth are the final
Women are
determinants of
attacking women.
biological sex, as well as the permanent markers of gender belonging. Focusing primarily on the imagined threat posed by transgender women, gender-critical ideologues believe that transgender women are in fact men, who are seeking to dominate cisgender women, women whose sense of self corresponds with their birth sex, by impersonating them and thereby gaining access to women's bathrooms, women's locker rooms, women's sports teams, and
Nonsensical
other women's
arguments.
spaces. They routinely accuse transgender people of being mentally ill and believe that the parents, family members, and medical professionals who support transgender people are committing morally reprehensible acts against the transgender individuals by nurturing their illness, and against society at large by permitting dangerous people and ideas to take root. The ideological constructs of transgender women promoted by gender-critical ideologues are particularly genocidal. They share many features in common with other better-known genocidal ideologies.
Right.
Transgender women are represented as stealth border crossers who seek to defile the purity. I like that. That's actually...
The purity.
I like that comparison there. Stealth border crossers who seek to defile the purity of cisgender women, much as Tutsi women were viewed in Hutu power ideology and Jewish men in Nazi anti-Semitism. Trans people in general are framed as figures that threaten the wholeness of the patriarchal nuclear family as well as the strength and vitality of national communities, much in the way that ethnic and national targets of genocide are viewed as cosmic enemies of the perpetrator group. Like the religious targets of genocidal violence, trans people are often described as somehow polluted, sinful, or against God. I mean, that last one's true, right, though? Moving on.
Oh, yeah.
They are blamed for a host of social problems that have nothing to do with them or with the free expression of their identities. The Lemkin Institute reminds readers that one of the first libraries to be burned under the National Socialists in Germany was the library and archive of Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute for Sexual Science in Berlin. A groundbreaking... Demon Mom was mentioning this the other day. A groundbreaking research organization studying human sexuality and gender. The Nazis
Can I insert something
Absolutely,
really quick?
yeah, please.
It's also important to note that
Right.
in the forming of the German Empire and then Weimar Republic,
Who?
certain queer people who had started to come together, and that the state stopped criminalize them already. We're talking pre-1900s. We're talking late 1800s here. And it took forever for a response to occur. And
Yeah, of course. That's because, once again, what Doe is referencing is, as I have said many times at this point, when the German nation state has formed, many ideological groundwork for the Nazi beliefs were formed back then at the formation of the German nation state. Things like, as Doe mentioned here, anti-queer law, like eugenics, modern-day anti-Semitism, xenophobia against Slavic people, seeing Slavic people as lesser humans who are without culture. All these things have formed during the creation of the German nation state.
when it did, it said, no, actually, we're going to
There you
expand
go.
against you because you're a threat to the youth and the family, which
Yeah.
is a threat to the nation. That was
There we go.
their explicit wording,
She said it.
decades
It
before
said it.
Nazis.
It said
I
it.
think you mentioned at one point
It
that
said
they
it.
utilized
Yeah.
pre-existing
Oh my God.
legislation against
Wow.
homosexuality.
Yeah.
So
The whole
it knows. It knows the same thing that I know, eh? It's not what I've been saying all this time. Lucy does not miss. And neither does Doe. Same with the USSR. They kept a lot of etymologies, ideology from the Russian Empire. Right? This duck is literally one of the richest characters in all of fiction. The duck is richer than Bruce Wayne. The duck is richer than the Scrooge McDuck is the richest duck in the world.
Holy Roman Empire had the death punishment for gay people, for any kind of unnatural fornication, as they put it. But that
Nice. Lucy does not miss.
I was gonna say. Oh yeah. The when the empire was forming, when the German Empire was forming, they asked scientists to find a reason for this to stay, like for that punishment to stay, and the scientists said we can't find one, and then they said we'll keep it in there anyways, and we'll cite public opinion, and then
Yeah.
when queer people asked for that to stop, they said, actually, no, we're going to expand it against you, which only didn't happen because it turned into the Weimar Republic. But then it did happen under the Nazis.
Told you, this is like the formation of the nation state, and because the nation had to be pure, that of course would mean that queer people would be persecuted. Like, of course. Well, seems that though, what do I think aligns with what I'm saying?
I just realized my my audio is super low, so I hope the first part of this isn't ruined, but that's fine. Yeah, but thank you for that. Sorry, I was just responding. Somebody was mentioning that you were quite loud. I am actually not. Doe is not. Sorry, that you are quite loud. Doe is not quite loud. I was exceptionally quiet for some reason. Let's press on. Where were we? Yeah, Magnus Hirschfield's Institute for Sexual Science. Yeah. A groundbreaking research organization studying human sexuality and gender. The Nazis, like other genocidal groups, believed that national strength and existential power could only be achieved through an imposition of a strict gender binary within the racially pure, quote-unquote, national community. A fundamentalist gender binary was a key feature of Nazi racial politics and genocide. In the United States, the Republican Party has introduced a barrage of anti-transgender laws and policies in multiple states since 2016. According to the American Civil Liberties Union, there have been 286 anti-transgender bills introduced between January 1st, 2021 and October 13th, 2022. Most of the anti-trans bills that have been passed and signed into law across the country have to do with the eligibility of trans athletes to participate in school sports. Thankfully, many of the most dangerous bills have not been enacted into law yet, including Bill KS SB 214, Kansas Senate Bill 214, which criminalized gender reassignment surgery and hormone replacement therapy for minors, and Missouri House Bill 2086, a bill that would prohibit a person from changing their gender marker on their birth certificate. All these laws seek to create a society that is hostile to the very idea of trans identity, and in which it is impossible to live openly and legally as a trans person. Also a version to Dr. Money's philosophy of just pick one and make them commit by cutting off the other organs. It must be said that the Dr. Money, Sirius has been looking into this quite a bit, so he might have a more complete account of this. But and you probably know about this, Doe. But Dr. Money was very important in the history of treating intersex people. And one of the things that he would do is he would pick for the child.
Right.
And
he became practice.
Surgically alter them and then just expect that, so you've decided that your child is a girl, and so you've removed their male genitalia, and then they would just raise them as a child and raise them as a girl, not as a child. Presumably they raised them as a child, and it just wouldn't always work out as you might expect.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was actually worse than that. There was I think it was the example he brought up was a botched circumcision.
Yep.
And then what they did was they
raised
reassignment surgery, and they basically tried to raise the child as a girl.
True, but it didn't work
because they had severely damaged the male sex organs. So that's
fucked.
Yeah. Anyways, where I'm going with this is prohibiting someone from changing their gender marker on their birth certificate. There are people who aren't trans who would also need this potentially.
Yeah.
It must be said that the reality of transgender identity cannot be challenged. Transgender people have existed throughout history. In many societies, particularly before Western colonial domination, social institutions existed to make room for trans people.
True.
Scientific research on sexual
India.
development has demonstrated the complexity of biological sex and the biological basis for gender diversity. Furthermore, gender identity is a very private and subjective matter that engages with deeply felt realities and social constructions that exist in society. It is a part of the process of human expression that is protected by universal human rights in the U.S. Constitution, such as the right to life, liberty, and security of person, equal protection of the law, the right to privacy, and the freedom of expression. Like other identities, gender identities outside of the narrow binary are legitimate and protected. There's a part that I would personally add here,
Right.
in that
What would you add?
the basis of a democratic society is that citizens are equals with each other.
Right.
And what that means is that it actually doesn't matter. Like, let's say for argument's sake, they actually did manage to identify a specifically pathological origin that maybe was even amenable of like a specific medical intervention that would cure it. For people having diverse gender identities. You wouldn't
Okay.
find that because that's not consistent with reality, but let's pretend for argument's sake. That in
Sure,
itself would
yeah,
not stand as an that in itself would not stand as an argument for forcibly trying to cure people of their identities. Because they're your equals, you're not their parents, and you certainly don't own them. But that seems to be like the attitude being taken here. It's like, what shall we do with this community of people as if they
Exactly.
are inherently not
I remember Matt Walsh talking about that specific case in What is a Woman, a movie that is watched as part of an effort to crush a talk he was having.
a minority in the
horrible
sense of
movie.
being like a numerical minority, but a minority
Quote
in the
unquote a
sense of
documentary.
they are under our charge somehow, specifically, unlike us.
Yeah.
The gender critical movement, though it often claims scientific accuracy, is in fact ignoring the most rigorous and up-to-date science of sex and gender. Scientific research on gender diversity aligns with
Because the state sort of does take on that this like parental role to cure and make people live as they should, quote unquote, live, to force them into certain standards that they should, accept and be part of, right? Like that is the case, right? So yeah.
what we know about biological diversity more generally, and challenges the fundamentalist binary concept of sex and gender differentiation. The fundamentalist interpretation of gender and the obsession with, I would prefer if they actually like named specifically who they have in mind.
Right.
Gender critical is a little bit specific because we know that there's only particular people who really use that term. But like I would have liked to hear like names.
Yeah, at least getting a couple of the bills in there.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it's nice, but yeah, it would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Matt
The phrasing is
Walsh.
pretty elegant for the most part, though, I think.
Yeah.
Where are we?
The fundamentalist interpretation of
Thank
gender.
you. Fundamentalist interpretation of gender and the obsession with the gender binary hurts all people who do not conform to traditional gender stereotypes, not just transgender people. There we go. By imposing strict norms on human expression and experience through the use of shame and stigma, that's the end of the sentence. Scientific research has shown in contrast that supportive parents, schools, and communities, as well as gender-affirming healthcare, lead to improved mental health and life outcomes for trans people, and therefore also for all the people who love and cherish them. All attempts to further
True.
marginalize and indeed to criminalize
People forget
transgender
about
identities
family.
contributes directly to the high level of societal violence that already exists against transgender people, as well as to the high levels of mental and physical health challenges that exist within the transgender community, including suicide. The Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention points out that the gender critical movement is not about protecting women, it is about exacting control over the bodies of marginalized people and thrusting them outside of the community of moral obligation if they fail to conform to the norms of the gender that has been assigned to them by
At
others.
birth.
In other words, the gender critical
Usually.
movement seeks to control the deepest aspects of human experience and self-knowledge through genocidal aggressions against an historically marginalized and silenced community that has just begun to flourish and gain acceptance. The gender critical movement is a totalitarian and genocidal social force that targets not just transgender people, but also all the institutions of democracy that protect individual and collective human rights. While members of the gender critical movement may argue that they do not seek to kill the physical bodies of transgender people, they do openly seek to eradicate transgender identity from the world, following a genocidal logic similar to the US, Canadian, and Australian boarding schools that sought to quote-unquote kill the Indian and save the man.
Wow.
This is actually... I actually disagree with this a little bit, allowing... and maybe they'll walk this back a little bit. But the crucial part about characterizing trans people as groomers is that when you listen to discourse about what to do with pedophiles,
It's
people are
exactly.
generally
saying to kill.
remarkably open
To killing them,
even
yeah.
even to the point where it might even be a form of virtue signaling to say that they would happily
them.
applaud the wholesale slaughter of people, even with those proclivities. So not
Yep.
offenders, but people who have a psychological
true.
tendency towards that, who with treatment would probably
Absolutely
be perfectly
true.
safe. So I don't think there's
It
really
is
that much
a
separation there.
a relatively new development. Like as far as like gender critical as an ideology goes, you know,
Yeah.
if we go like through like the gender critical, like I don't know, subreddit or whatever, and we like sort by years or whatever, like that is relatively new. I don't know if they've said anything about it in here, but no, I completely see what you mean. How that sort of goes against the
Right.
kill the Indian, save the man. Though it does, I think the paper we read together on one of the research streams.
But then again, remember, kill the Indian, save the man. Indian people were just, Native American people were just killed as well. So the kill the Indian, save the man did not work out quite as the slogan went either, did it?
Intent to deny one.
Yes. That was the Barty one or Barton? Can't remember the name.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I just remember that they point out in there that like it doesn't matter even if they like are claiming to do a thing out of like benefit to the particular group, you know, whatever the group that's the genocide question.
Yep, it's about controlling people's conformity to a mostly religious and feudal form of existence. True.
Is being, you know, held over here. It doesn't matter whether or not it's like supposedly beneficial if you're still trying to like destroy the group as a group, like
Exactly.
as an identity itself.
Yeah, and actually, I've been doing a little bit of rereading of Lemkin's actual book on the subject, and there's a really good essay that sort of comments on the history of the adoption of the Convention Against Genocide by the UN. The language that Lemkin uses, even if he does specify ethnic groups with its connotations of like a genetic grouping, despite the fact that again he allows for citizens of modern nation states to fill that role, which means that you can have groups that are identified by an arbitrary association along one
Right.
vector, right? Like they just happen to be citizens of Poland or whatever.
Right.
It's the way in which he allows these groups to be both, or the way which he conceives of these groups as being relevantly targeted and relevantly identified, completely allows for trans identities to fit the bill. Literally the only reason why that wouldn't even occur to him in that context is because this was written in response to a group that was specifically targeting one group on eugenics grounds, specifically for like actual, for a really brute form and efficient form of extermination.
Right.
But like even in the UN definition, when it talks about, for example, creating conditions that are psychologically harmful to the group with the intent to remove them, it seems to me that the only escape you could have with the case of the anti-trans rhetoric and legislation in the United States, and earlier versions of the Convention Against Genocide actually did target propaganda as well, that fomented hatred of a specific groups that they would later on be targeted. That was dropped because that would run afoul of conventions in the United States about free speech.
Uh-oh.
Not because they weren't relevant features of a theoretical account of what
Uh-oh, the
genocide is.
U.S. and its free speech, my free
The
speech.
quote will stick with me. The quote from the piece that I mentioned that we read together is still.
Oh no,
I
my
give
free
weight
speech.
to the actions that were, you know, not just to the
Yes,
words, but the
yeah.
actions that were.
Been listening to, but my mother decided I needed a new here, and it had to be brought to me and turned on today. Ah, I see. That's okay.
Defended by the words or whatever, that were protected by the words. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, anti-trans initiatives are closely tied to assaults on the rights of women, people of color, minority religious communities. and immigrants in the United States and elsewhere. Oh, here we go. Sorry, we start up here. Once it becomes acceptable for one group of people to be criminalized for expressing their identity, then society becomes vulnerable to the genocidal targeting of other groups as well. In fact, anti-trans initiatives are closely tied. The criminalization and harassment of the trans community can serve as a rehearsal for more generalized targeting of unwanted groups within a genocidal ideological structure.
That is also
There is
true.
no
It can
shutting
be
the
ground
floodgates
zero for
once
other
states and
types of
societies acquiesce to the eradication of a specific people from
genocides.
the earth. That's an interesting point that's never brought up.
Yeah, it is.
It actually does open the floodgate for targeting other people on
Yep.
identical cultural grounds. Which includes Christians, by the way. The Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention expressed solidarity with trans people across the globe. We urge every
Including
person
the
around
US.
the world to think about the precedents that are being set with the level of stigma, organized hate, and legal control being
Pretty slimy that Loner Box's response to this is, oh, but does the Institute point, single out the US in particular? Like, that's a pretty, because my dear friend, Jamie has spoken to Loner Box on like a public Discord. And basically, Loner Box's response to this is to ask, but did the Institute single out the US? So, very
advocated by voices
very
of the
nice.
gender-critical movement. We ask people to
Very
choose to
nice.
protect the human rights of human beings who do not fit easily into the simplistic gender binary. We ask people to question what agendas they are serving by supporting anti-trans hate speech and policy initiatives. We encourage everyone to support people in their efforts to live as the person they know that they are. We invite people to be open-minded and open-hearted and to learn about transgender experiences. The real challenges to human life, to safe and secure families, and to healthy communities are historical injustices and structural inequalities, not people attempting to live full lives in their true identities. Somebody pointed out in the chat that they don't really touch on.
true. It never does.
They don't really
Just
touch
ground
on the
zero.
protect the children angle at all here, which is interesting. Defense of women and children.
Aye,
Did I
aye,
say
aye.
defense of women and children?
Painful.
Hang on. I don't know if they actually did. I know they talked about. I think they talked about, like, the effect of this legislation
happening?
on trans children.
To me.
But in any case,
What the?
I was glad somebody pointed this out to me because this is a fairly mainstream organization that is actually referring to this as a genocide now.
Yeah.
Because I like one of the things that came up with the Loner Box conversations is like, look, when I look at these different organizations and these charities, they don't use the word genocide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, even before this, some have. If you go to like right now, I think we can go to like the transgender genocide Wikipedia article. I think even it says that like since 2017, some groups have been like some
Let's see.
pro-trans groups have been using it.
Well, let's see here. Background.
Control F for 2017.
Nope, 2017, not 2047. We don't want to see 2047 at this rate. Let's see here. Oh, here we go.
2013, it was reported that a coalition of NGOs from South America and Europe started the Stop Trans Genocide campaign. 2013, not 2017. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. For example, the term is used by Latin American trans activists who sought asylum in Germany. In 2018, Planned Parenthood President Laura McQuaid said in a speech that a Trump administration proposal to change federal recognition of transgender persons would lead to genocide. Okay, well that counts as a fairly mainstream source, I think.
Yeah.
The president of Planned Parenthood. Okay. Yeah. I actually want to pop up very quickly the, I don't know if you've actually had an opportunity to look at the Lemkin piece yet. But that might be worthwhile because that didn't take very long time if you, I don't know what kind of,
Yeah, sure. What's the Lemkin piece? Which
well, this is the actual book he wrote. that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here, let me share this quickly.
No! I must defeated the boss.
We'll stop streaming that, and I'll have to put it on the screen at some point.
Okay,
won't
the
I?
book itself. Let's see.
Always so difficult. Okay. And yes. Boom. 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 And gone. There we are. Hope the text is not too small. I think it starts at page 79. There's a whole section on genocide. And this is where we're not
I
going to
wonder if
but this is
if
basically
President Sunday
where,
has read the whole
specific
thing.
language comes from. Oh, here we go. That doesn't look too bad on the screen.
Very interesting.
So chapter 9, Genocide. The book is Axis Rule in Occupied Europe by Raphael Lemkin. Analysis of Laws of Occupation, Analysis of Government, Proposals for Redress.
Right.
So I'll just read through this. Again, feel free to stop me at any time and comment. I'm going to grab some water quickly, actually, if you don't mind. Just
Yeah, of
feel
course,
free to
of
type in
course.
chat.
What's up, chat? How's it going? Damn. Hey, Gay Fesh.
Gay fish.
Okay, I do think that the groomer allegations have been around enough that I feel like they probably should have been mentioned in that article.
True.
Even though I get that it's from a couple weeks ago or whatever.
All right, I return.
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just wishing I was sleeping. Soon.
Should definitely do that soon.
I agree.
Never see.
Okay, so we'll just jump right into it.
Right.
Yeah,
Read.
sounds good.
Read,
So new
please.
conceptions require new terms. By genocide, we mean the destruction of a nation or of an ethnic group. This new word, coined by the author to denote an old practice in its modern development, is made from the ancient Greek word
Oh
genos.
wait, that's so good.
Yes.
An old practice in its modern development.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna bring up that like previously we just wouldn't have called it that, but because it like corresponds to different things. But I didn't realize that he has said that.
No, Lemkin's use
Sorry.
is very
Yeah.
sophisticated. The UN one is again a compromise between states for really dishonorable reasons, among others. They had to remove. There's an article that I'll send you after this that I was reading earlier. Certain conditions,
Because
like for
Lemkin's
example,
motive was
against
much
targeting
more
political
honest.
groups. And that's a
Let's
much
be
fuzzier
clear.
affiliation than, for example, being identifying as trans. Right? That's a difficult category to grapple with because what's a political group? That was removed for expediency, just to get the thing passed. There wasn't even like a specific policy reason for it to not be included. The removal of oh shoot, what was it? The removal of, as I was saying earlier, the removal of propaganda and rhetoric that encourages or otherizes or targets groups for extermination, or rather facilitates other groups eventually being targeted for extermination, or actually like an accident to squeeze out, etc., etc. That was removed again to make it more amenable to the American case, because of course, if this now becomes noxious to like American norms, then it's just not going to fly.
Yeah, no, yeah, for the UN purposes, yeah.
Yeah. So an old practice in its modern development is made from the ancient Greek word genos, race or tribe, and the Latin sede, killing, thus corresponding in its formation to such words as tyrannicide, homicide, infanticide, etc. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at
Right.
the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups,
Right.
with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be disintegration of the political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of the personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. This last clause is really important because he says, and even the lives.
Yeah.
So this is an extreme extent of genocide where the bodies specifically are targeted. This is not a condition of this is
But
this is
to
as bad as it.
Loner Box, this is the killing is when it begins. Yep, India's been having its own Weimar moment for a while now. I might have to look into this Boy Meets Meanie. That is a very, very unfortunate development, right? Unfortunate.
Get. Genocide is targeted against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. The following illustration will suffice. The confiscation of property of nationals of an occupied area on the ground that they have left the country may be considered simply as a deprivation of their individual property rights. However, if the confiscations are ordered against individuals solely because they are Poles, Jews, or Czechs, then the same confiscations tend in effect to weaken the national entities of which those persons are members.
This was quite literally word for word part of that first Loner Box debate.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So it's and you're just saying that any systemic discrimination, any structural discrimination is genocidal.
Yeah.
Well, is it genocidal if poor people are poor and struggle? Is it genocidal if for the people that believe in the death penalty? And Polly responds like, if they believe in the death penalty for a group of people, yes. Which yeah.
I think the thing that people have trouble getting their heads around is we have a tendency to think of states as simply an essential and inherent part of the world, which in a certain sense they are now.
Especially nation states.
And to equate that with being
a modern
an inherently
development.
benign state of affairs,
Yeah.
and things like genocide as aberrations.
True.
Yes, absolutely.
When
When it's not, it's completely opposite. It's those things are the foundations of
nation states.
the fact that they say at the beginning of this that genocide is like the current iteration of like the same practice. They mean the foundations of the state create the structural conditions such that it can be carried out in this way, that it appears in this form.
True.
Well, one thing that sort of comes from my end of the pond is advocates for the
Absolutely
rights of different
true.
religious groups. They often find themselves in a situation where European law will not recognize things that don't resemble Christian institutions. So one thing that I often point out to is locally there was a native burial ground that was bulldozed because it didn't have what was considered to be an artificial structure on top of it. So we just had no capacity or will, really, or inclination to characterize that as a sacred site, and so you had effectively a bunch of graves
Which is
desecrated to
ridiculous.
put a hotel in place.
But I remember President Sandy mentioning it
Similarly, Indian nationalists and anti-colonial advocates,
Who?
they have had to basically reconfigure.
India is being mentioned. You mean the Golden Age Pinocchio? You mean the Golden Age Pinocchio animated movie? One of the greatest technically made movies when it comes to hand-drawn animation, that Pinocchio? Pinocchio was such a good animated movie. Like, when it comes to the technical mastery of the hand-drawn animation, Pinocchio is still listed as like one of the, if not the most well-crafted animated movie. It's really good. The same cannot be said about the remake. I'll just say that much.
In concert with I'm sure well-meaning Anglo-anthropologists
Oh,
and sociologists,
okay.
their religious practices or their cultural or faith practices or whatever, as being a quote-unquote religion of a similar type of institution to the way in which sort of Christian churches relate to sort of like Western state structures. As a result, basically burying a whole bunch of unique and separate cultural identities into this amorphous thing called Hinduism, whatever the hell that is. I mean, the first hint that we're being a little bit weird here when we're considering Hinduism and Christianity both as categories, both as members of the category world religion, is that one is named after an orientation around a character, and the other one's named after a geographical feature. Like, there's obviously something weird going on here. Yeah, but the result, though, is that in order to be recognized by law, you have to effectively kill the substance of your group on one level in order to conform to something that's legible in the language of the thing we just read. That makes it so that the state or like the system of states or whatever has some pressure to exercise some level of responsibility to you. Point is, the logic of the state is actually inherently genocidal, and genocide is actually really the norm. The reason why we're talking about transgenocide as something unique right now is because this is an additional escalation towards a particular group that is immediately to hand and can be pretty efficiently interfered with. But like, if to respond to that, if Lonerbox was saying, well, just any group that's being genocided, maybe, like, does that frighten you? I don't know what exactly the retort would be. He even mentioned...
but it's important to point out that, like, not every minority group experiences the same uptick at the same time.
Yes.
True. That is important to say, but I would actually be willing to move to a position of, very genocidal, like things are happening all the time and we should do something about it instead of just throwing our hands in the air and saying it just happens all around and it is what it is, right? Which is a very strange attitude.
Even if, like, 'cause, like, yes, I think this is an excellent starting ground. Like, yes, all, like, maybe it is. Maybe they really have genocided all, like, as, like, everyone. But not everyone is actively experiencing the uptick of violence, the uptick of political rhetoric, the uptick of propaganda against them, you know?
What is this? Was that you who... Oh, or is Demon Mama in the chat, or is that a clone?
Oh, no. That's Demon Mama.
Okay, just making sure. She's... Her trolling is top tier. I actually couldn't tell for a second. Also, her clone keeps...
Demo Mama! Come on!
Wait, maybe there is a clone.
There may be.
I'm a clone.
But yes.
I only see the legit one in chat, I think.
Demo
This is a very progressive channel, and all of God's creatures are welcome. Even those creatures that are not gods, they're given visiting rights. Yeah. Moving on. Sorry if I'm like stopping all the time. We very unwisely decided to have a tremendous quantity of food before doing this, so I'm dying right now.
Come on!
Okay, so illustration suffice. Brilliant.
Genocide has two phases.
Come on!
Thank you. This is why you're here. Genocide has two phases. One, national, and I like this language too. You'll like this one. Destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group.
Right.
The other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made upon the oppressed population, which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone after removal of the population and the colonization of...
President Sunday really living up to his name here. G.K. Tristan would love it. Yes, he was anti-Semitic and offensively against all the bar Christians, but the man was Thursday is a banger.
The area by the oppressor's own nationals. Denationalization was the word used in the past to describe the destruction of a national pattern. There's a footnote here. Another term could be used for the same idea, namely ethnocide, consisting of the Greek word ethnos, or nation, and the Latin word cide. Where's that? I think that was for something higher up. Anyways, the author believes, however, that this word is inadequate because, one, it does not connote the destruction of the biological structure. Two, in connoting the destruction of one national pattern, it does not connote the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. And three, denationalization is used by some authors to mean only deprivation of citizenship.
True.
What I'd want to interrogate at some point is the destruction of the biological structure, because he does not
Yeah,
mean
I was about to ask that.
he doesn't mean the bodies of individual members. I think he might be playing a little bit into almost like a Spenglerian type approach, where there's kind of an organic unity ascribed to specifically national groups. I'll go into the index later. I'll see if there's more on this, but.
Do you recognize the term national pattern? Because I don't recognize it, but I can infer from some things.
Let me see here quickly. So, oh, here we go. That's 1A. Sorry, it's a terrible reprint, whatever this is. Violations of the laws and customs of war. It looks like it might be a technical term. If somebody wants to find this.
Why? This is so annoying.
Conference of Paris, 1919. Violation of the laws and customs of war. Reports of majority and dissenting reports of American and Japanese members of the Commission of Responsibilities. That would be interesting to have. Here, why don't I copy and paste that to you, Doe? Maybe it'll actually...
Yes, please.
I got hurt from Justified starting.
This is gonna barely come out coherently when I do this. Are you just in Demon Mamas, yes?
Demon
yeah.
Mama!
Okay.
Come on!
Oh god, that's awful.
Demon Mama?
It's okay. I'll work with that.
Alright, sounds good. I'm hoping
Mama?
national pattern refers to like what we were talking about with the religion case, where it's like this is sort of the interior structure of how this group taken as a separate entity is sort of coheres or whatever, and it's not identical to other ones. Like it's not identical to being a member of the Canadian state or something like that, or being a Canadian quote unquote, where you literally just have a piece of paper that says you're a Canadian citizen, and that's basically all you need.
I feel like it's.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
I imagine it's trying to like if we think about the example of Germany, right? We've got what Prussia, Austria. What's the other one?
Yeah.
Isn't it 3? Anyways, just like that there's some level of like
Russia.
ethnic or national practices that are like related to some amount of history that
Russia,
and some amount of
Russia.
like day-to-day activity that might not be equivalent to any other group and might not even be equivalent like with itself, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's basically what
but
I was
I'm
going
not
for
sure.
there.
Yeah.
Many authors, instead of using a generic term, use currently terms connoting only some functional aspect of the main generic notion of genocide. Thus the terms Germanization, Magyarization, Italianization, for example, are used to connote the imposition by one stronger nation, Germany, Hungary, Italy, of its national pattern upon
Wow.
a national group controlled by it. No, that can't be it, though, because you can impose the national pattern after the other group's been completely removed. So,
Right.
there's a territorial element to it.
Is that then
The author
ethnic
believes these
cleansings
terms
of
are
the
also
20th
inadequate
century?
because they do not convey the
right?
common elements of one generic notion, and they treat mainly the cultural, economic, and social aspects of genocide, leaving out the biological aspects, such as causing the physical decline and even destruction of the population. Oh, here we go. So the biological aspect includes the physical decline and even destruction of the population involved. So treating the population as if it were an organism, right?
Right.
This is
Yeah.
where the killing language makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleansing the organism. Keeping
If
the
one uses the term
nation
Germanization of the
pure.
Poles, for example, in this connotation, it means that the Poles, as human beings, are preserved. So kill the Indian, save the man.
Yep,
Preserved,
Germanization
only
was a
national
thing.
pattern of the Germans is imposed upon them.
Definitely.
Such a term is much too restricted to apply to a process in which the population is attacked in a physical sense and is removed and supplanted by populations of the oppressor nations. Genocide is the antithesis of the Russo-Portalis doctrine.
That was,
which may
of
be
course,
regarded
during
as
Prussia
implicit in
times.
The Hague Regulations. This doctrine holds that war is directed against sovereigns and armies, not against subjects and civilians. In its modern application in civilized society, the doctrine means that war is conducted against states and armed forces and not against populations. And this actually came up when they were trying to... this is why they needed to come up with genocide in law when they were charging the Germans, because they lacked a way to charge them for the destruction of native populations or populations sort of within the purview of German sovereignty outside of a condition of war. They were able to charge them for crimes against the people in the concentration camps, for example, while the war was taking place, but not prior. Apparently, Nuremberg was just completely impotent to criminalize, to attribute personal criminal responsibility to.
Joe has some of the best conversation with folks. Joe and Sandy are a good combo. I think adding the Mamma Raiko would be perfection.
But that goes over that, and that's pretty interesting.
I would love to discuss some of these things.
This doctrine holds that war is, in its modern application in civilized society, the doctrine means that war is conducted against states.
Okay, Moha, tell us what you mean. I do think here's a case. Oh no. Oh no. Moha, come on. Don't be like this. Moha, don't be like this. Come on. You make my hair.
Forces and populations, it required a long period of evolution in civilized society to mark the way from wars of extermination, which occurred in ancient times and in the Middle Ages, to the conception of wars as being essentially limited to activities against armies and states. In the present war, however, genocide is widely practiced by the German occupant.
Especially
Germany
since
could
there
not
are
accept
deniers
so
in the
Portalis
modern
doctrine,
day.
first because Germany is waging a total war, and secondly because according to the doctrine of National Socialism, the nation, not the state, is the predominant factor. In this German conception, the nation provides the biological element for the state. And this is, I think, arguably what is going on in the United States when people will, for example, bring up concerns about the health, quote-unquote, of society at large. People will treat the existence of quote-unquote transgender ideology as if it is a ruinous sickness of some kind.
Yeah,
it's the same kind of language.
Yeah.
In this German conception, the nation provides the biological element for the state. Consequently, in enforcing the new order, the Germans prepared, waged, and continued a war not merely against states and their armies, but against peoples. For the German occupying authorities, war thus appears to offer the most appropriate occasion for carrying out their policy of genocide. Their reasoning seems to be the following. The enemy nation within the control of Germany must be destroyed, disintegrated, or weakened in different degrees for decades to come. Thus, the German people in the post-war period will be in a position to deal with other European peoples from the vantage point of biological superiority. Because the imposition of this policy of genocide is more destructive for a people than injuries suffered in actual fighting, the German people will be stronger than the subjugated peoples after the war, even if the German army is defeated. In this respect, genocide is a new technique of occupation, aimed at winning the peace even though the war itself is lost. That's interesting. For this purpose, the occupant has elaborated a system designed to destroy nations according to a previously prepared plan. Even before the war, Hitler envisaged genocide as a means of changing the biological interrelations in Europe in favor of Germany. Hitler's conception of genocide is based not upon cultural but upon biological patterns. He believes that Germanization can only be carried out with the soil and never with men. Let's go to the end of the chapter, it's not very long. When Germany occupied the various European countries, Hitler considered their administration... oh, I lost the line, where were we? Hitler considered their administration so important that he ordered the Reich commissioners and governors to be responsible directly to him. The plan of genocide had to be adapted to political considerations in different countries. It could not be implemented in full force in all the conquered states, and hence the plan varies as to subject, modalities, and degree of intensity in each occupied country. Some groups, such as the Jews, are to be destroyed completely. A distinction is made between peoples considered to be related by blood to the German people, such as Dutchmen, Norwegians, Flemings, Luxembourgers, and peoples not thus related by blood, such as the Poles.
But even within Polish people, there were so-called Volksdeutsch that were supposed to prove their German heritage.
Slovenes, and Serbs. The populations of the first group are deemed worthy of being Germanized. With respect to the Poles particularly, Hitler expressed the view that it is their soil alone which can and should be profitably Germanized. Technique of genocide in various fields. I want to go through this. Can we? Do you have time?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm going to need some more water, though, so just hang tight one moment.
I'm actually gonna do the same.
It's a diamond the size of Mrs. Weekly.
Interesting. This is all very interesting because it's pertains to the history that I can speak of very confidently, right? Germanization of the partition lands.
All right.
Okay.
So the techniques of genocide in various fields. The techniques of the techniques of genocide, if I can speak, which the German occupant has developed in the various occupied countries, represent a concentrated and coordinated attack upon all elements of nationhood. Accordingly, genocide is being carried out in the following fields. Political. In the incorporated areas such as Western Poland, can you read that? Eupen? I don't know what
That was
Eupen.
like Eupen.
Eupen?
What? Where?
You Europeans and your funny place names. Malmedy and
I went to go get water too. I just got back. I heard you start, but I didn't know if you knew I got water. But
well, I'm happy for you.
hell
I'm
yeah.
happy as well. I'm happiest. in the geek
Eupen,
world.
Malmedy.
Name of mama.
Eupen, Malmedy. I thought you were saying something else for a second. Eupen, Malmedy, and Morisnet, Luxembourg, and Alsace-Lorraine. Alsace-Lorraine?
Mama D?
Alsace-Lorraine? Local
Demo
institutions
mama?
of self-government were destroyed and a German pattern of administration imposed. Every reminder of former national character was obliterated. Even commercial signs and inscriptions on buildings, roads, and streets, as well as names of communities and of localities, were changed to a German form.
Yep.
Nationals of Luxembourg, having foreign or non-German first names, are required to assume in lieu thereof the corresponding German first names, or if that is impossible, they must select German first names. As for their family names, if they were of German origin and their names have been changed to a non-German form,
Oh
they must
my
be changed
gosh.
again to the original German. Persons who have not complied with these requirements within the prescribed period are liable to a penalty, and in addition, German names may be imposed on them. Analogous provisions as to changing of names were made for Lorraine.
If you just changed every time they say German in that paragraph to like
I was gonna say, yeah.
birth sex or something like that, like you
True.
got it. Like
Got him.
Yeah, the only retort someone would be able to have in this case is he is hyper fixated on national groups. As in like national groups that and in a fuzzy way, because he's going to simultaneously refer to the German nation as the German state and the German nation as Hitler envisaged them, which is different.
Now, do you
Analogous
have the
provisions
nation
as to changing of names were made for Lorraine. Special commissioners for the strengthening of Germanism are attached to the administration, and their task consists in coordinating all actions promoting Germanism in a given area. A especially active role in this respect is played by inhabitants of German origin who were living in the occupied countries before the occupation. After having accomplished their task as members of the so-called Fifth Column, they formed the nucleus of Germanism. A register of Germans, the Volksschlicht, was established, and special cards
Volkslist.
entitled...
There you go. They are talking about what I've mentioned. This is what I've mentioned during the... I think I've mentioned it during the Vostok. Volksliste. So, the Volkslist of the... Volksdeutsch. The Volksdeutsch status that people could gain when they have proved that they were... that they had German origin. You know? I am familiar with the concept. You know? So I have explained this this thing once.
them to special privileges and favors, particularly in the fields of
I should have been invited to talk as well. I have real knowledge about these topics.
employment, supervising enterprises of local inhabitants.
The
and so on.
Volksdeutsch.
In order to
What's the
disrupt
name?
the national unity of the local population, it was declared that
Right.
non-Germans married to Germans may, upon their application, be put on the Volkslist. In order further to disrupt national unity, Nazi party organizations were established, such as the National Samling Party in Norway and the Mussert Party in the Netherlands, and their members from the local population were given political privileges. Other political parties were dissolved. These Nazi parties in occupied countries were also given special protection by courts. In line with this policy of imposing the German national pattern, particularly in the incorporated territories, the occupant has organized a system of colonization of these areas. In Western Poland especially, this has been done on a large scale. By the way, this reminds me, another reason which I imagine probably impacted the removal of political groups.
I don't think they
from the
remember
protected
that I've
categories that can
mentioned
be
this during the
targeted for,
Vostok.
extermination. I mean, first of all, that would almost definitionally also include Nazis at some levels. There'd be some
Aye.
complicating factors there. But moreover, the complicity of the UK in the extermination of, for example, anarchists and communists in Greece. Again, like all of the parties, all of the countries that were involved in finalizing what's included on the Convention on Genocide are all guilty of it, without making huge exceptions to, without carving out huge parts of the original formulation. In Western Poland especially, this has been done on a large scale. The Polish population has been removed from their homes in order to make place for German settlers who were brought in from the Baltic states, the Central and Eastern districts of Poland, Bessarabia, and from the Reich itself. The properties and homes of the Poles are being allocated to German settlers, and to induce them to reside in these areas, the settlers receive many privileges, especially in the way of tax exemptions.
Get launch pad on the horn.
The Polish people were brought to Germany to become
The
workers
destruction of
as
the
well.
national pattern in the social
By
field
the
has
way.
been accomplished in part by the abolition of local law and local courts, and the imposition of German law and courts, and also by Germanization of the judicial language and of the bar. The social structure of a nation being vital to its national development, the occupant also endeavors to bring about such changes as may weaken the national spiritual resources. The focal point of this attack has been the intelligentsia, because this group largely provides national leadership and organizes resistance against Nazification. There are some deeply uncomfortable resemblances to our current condition here as well. I think you'll agree, however, it's a little bit more dispersed. It's especially true in Poland and Slovenia, the Slavic part of Yugoslavia, where the intelligentsia and the clergy were in great part removed from the rest of the population and deported for forced labor in Germany. The tendency of the occupant is to remain in Poland only the laboring and peasant class, while in the Western occupied countries the industrialist class is also allowed to remain, since it can aid in integrating the local industries with the German war economy. And cultural, this is where it gets interesting. In the incorporated areas, the local population is forbidden to use its own language in schools and in printing. So right now we have countrywide...
Keep in mind, in Poland it went further than that, okay? In Poland it wasn't just forbidding Polish language from being used at school. The whole school system was banned, okay? The whole school system in Poland was banned, and the school system had to go underground. Primary school and high school curriculum had to be done illegally, and then, after the war, diplomas were made based on the curriculum that was done illegally. So officially, any type of schooling on a high school, primary school, and of course university level were forbidden by law during the Nazi occupation of Poland. This is very important to remember, okay?
To remove any literature even referencing. Not even like anything particular about like trans issues, but just the bare existence of trans people in books. There are freakouts about, oh my god, there is a gay couple briefly, barely on screen in Lightyear that plays no role in the plot.
Can you imagine if we didn't have our schooling system? You know, the public schooling the way that it is, and queer people were trying to teach, you know, their own kids, their own communities. What kind of shit they'd be saying right now about this? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. According to the decree of August 6th, 1940, the language of instruction in all Luxembourg schools was made exclusively German. The French language was not permitted to be taught in primary schools. Only in secondary schools could courses in that language continue to be given. German teachers were introduced into the schools, and they were compelled to teach according to the principles of National Socialism. In Lorraine, general compulsory education to assure the upbringing of youth in the spirit of National Socialism begins at the age of 6. It continues for 8 years, or to the completion of the grammar school, and then for 3 more years, or to the completion of the vocational school. Moreover, in the Polish areas, Polish youths were excluded from the benefit of liberal arts studies and were channeled predominantly into the trade schools. The occupant apparently believes that the study of the liberal arts may develop independent national Polish thinking, and therefore he tends to prepare Polish youths for the role of skilled labor to be employed in German industries. In order to prevent the expression of the national spirit through artistic media, a rigid control of all cultural activities has been introduced. All persons engaged in painting, drawing, sculpture, music, literature, and the theater are required to obtain a license for the continuation of their activities. Control in these fields is exercised through German authorities. In Luxembourg, this control is exercised through the public relations section of the Reich Propaganda Office and embraces music, painting, theater, architecture, literature, press, radio, and cinema. Every one of these activities is controlled through a special chamber, and all these chambers are controlled by one chamber, which is called the Reich Chamber of Culture. The local chambers of culture are presided over by the propaganda chief of the National Socialist Party in the given area. Not only have national creative activities in the cultural and artistic field been rendered impossible by regimentation, but the population has also been deprived of inspiration from the existing cultural and artistic values. Thus, especially in Poland, were national monuments destroyed and libraries, archives, museums, and galleries of art carried away. In 1939, the Germans burned the Great Library of the Jewish Theological Seminary at Lublin, Poland. This was reported by the Germans as follows. For us, it was a matter of special pride to destroy the Talmudic Academy, which was known as the greatest in Poland. We threw out of the building the great Talmudic library and carted it to market. There we set fire to the books. The fire lasted for 20 hours. The Jews of Lublin were assembled around and cried bitterly. Their cries almost silenced us. Then we summoned the military band, and the joyful shouts of the soldiers silenced the sound of the Jewish cries.
fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What a gross report.
Yep. Well, that's why it's remembered as reported by the Germans, and all that remains of the person who wrote this is just the thing that everyone's disgusted by for all time. Economic. He didn't mention the Hirschfeld library's destruction. The destruction of the foundations of the economic existence of a national group necessarily brings about a crippling of its development, even a retrogression. The lowering of the standard of living creates difficulties in fulfilling cultural, spiritual requirements. Furthermore, a daily fight, literally for bread and for physical survival, may handicap thinking in both general and national terms. It was the purpose of the occupant to create such conditions as these among the peoples of the occupied territories, or occupied countries, especially those peoples embraced in the first plans of genocide elaborated by him, the Poles, the Slovenes, and the Jews.
Right.
The Jews were immediately deprived of the elemental means of existence.
Yep.
As to the Poles
Locked in the ghettos.
incorporated Poland, the purpose of the occupant was to shift the economic resources from the Polish national group to the German national group. Thus, the Polish national group had to be impoverished and the German enriched. This was achieved primarily by confiscation of Polish property under the authority of the Reich Commissioner for the strengthening of Germanism. But the process was likewise furthered by the policy of regimenting trade and handicrafts, since licenses...
Considering how much of this is about Polish history, I'm actually a bit surprised that I wasn't, that I wasn't a part of this stuff.
For such activities were issued to Germans and only exceptionally to Poles. In this way, the Poles were expelled from trade and the Germans entered that field. As the occupant took over the banks of a special policy for handling bank deposits, As the occupant took over the banks, a special policy for handling bank deposits was established in order to strengthen the German element. One of the most widely patronized Polish banks, called the Post Office Savings Bank, PKO, possessed on the day of the occupation deposits of millions of Polish citizens. The deposits, however, were repaid by the occupant only to the German depositors upon production by them of a certificate of their German origin. Thus, the German element in Poland was immediately made financially stronger than the Polish. In Slovenia, the Germans have liquidated the financial cooperatives and agricultural associations, which had for decades proved to be a most efficient instrumentality in raising the standard of living and in promoting national and social progress. In other countries, especially in Alsace-Lorraine and Luxembourg, genocide in the economic field was carried out in a different manner. As the Luxembourgers are considered to be of related blood, opportunity is given them to recognize the Germanic elements themselves and to work for the strengthening of Germanism. If they do not take advantage of this quote-unquote opportunity, their properties are taken from them and given to others who are eager to promote Germanism. Participation in economic life is thus made dependent upon one's being German or being devoted to the cause of Germanism. Consequently, promoting a national ideology other than German is made difficult.
Should I play Genshin Impact on stream?
And then finally, biological and physical. How far does this go? Oh dear. And religious and moral. It's a lot of reading. My voice is going.
You want me to pick up some of it?
Oh, please, for the love of God, do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll go up to... We finished social. We finished economic. And we are at biological.
Biological.
Oh my god.
Okay, just tell me when to scroll down.
Now I'm annoyed.
In the occupied countries of people of non-related blood, a policy of depopulation is pursued. Foremost among the methods employed for this purpose is the adoption of measures calculated to decrease the birth rate of the national groups of non-related blood, while, at the same time, steps are taken to encourage the birth rate of the Volksdeutsch living in those...
Oh, Volksdeutsch! I told you.
In incorporated
See?
Poland, marriages between Poles are forbidden without the special permission of the governor
Volksdeutsch.
of the district, and the latter, as a matter of principle, does not permit marriages between Poles. The birth rate of the undesired group is being further decreased as a result of the separation of males from females by deporting them for forced labor elsewhere.
Yeah.
Moreover, the undernourishment
I've
of
explained
parents
this
because
term
of discrimination and
before.
rationing brings about not only a lowering of the birth rate, but a lowering
Yeah, I
of the
mentioned
survival
Volksdeutsch
capacity
with
of children
Vosh. I
born
remember now.
of underfed parents. As mentioned above, the occupant is endeavoring to encourage the birth rate of the Germans. Different methods are adopted to that end. Special subsidies are provided in Poland for German families having at least 3 minor children. Because the Dutch and Norwegians are considered
Oh, I went too far.
You're good. You're good.
Because the Dutch and the Germans are considered of related blood.
The bearing by Dutch and Norwegian women of illegitimate children begotten by Germany military men is encouraged by subsidy. Other marriages adopted are along the same lines. Thus, the Reich Commissioner has vested in himself the right to act as a guardian or parent to a minor Dutch girl if she intends to marry a German. The special care for legitimation of children in Luxembourg, as
That's
revealed in
annoying.
the order concerning changes in family law of March 22nd, 1941, is dictated by the desire to encourage extramarital procreation with Germans. And then physical. The physical debilitation and even annihilation of national groups in occupied countries is carried out mainly in the following ways. 1. Racial discrimination in feeding. Rationing of food is organized according to racial principles throughout the occupied countries. The German people come before all other peoples for food, declared Reich Minister Göring on October 4th, 1942.
Which is
In accordance with this
interesting.
program, the German population is getting 93% of its pre-war diet.
Which is interesting because I actually read a book in which my family living in the ghetto was named. Okay? The author of the book mentions my family by name. And my family ran one of the biggest bakeries in Warsaw before the war. And the interesting thing is that the interesting thing about it is that the author of the book says that my family's bakery always had bread, even somehow, in some way, even even though German people in Germany proper started having food shortages. And that it's some sort of magic that my family performed to be able to keep the bakery stocked with bread, even though Germans were starting to be short on food. So that's like a little bit of a family trivia. Okay.
While those in occupied territories receive much less. In Warsaw, for example, the Poles receive 66% of the pre-war rations and the Jews only 20%. The following shows the difference in the percentage of meat rations received by the Germans and the population of the occupied countries. Germans, 100%, Czechs, 86%, Dutch, 71%, Poles, incorporated Poland, 71%, Lithuanians, 57%, French, 51%, Belgians,
I think
40%,
we can probably
Serbs,
pass over this.
36%.
Oh, here we go. There's a table. Screen cap this, guys.
Ooh, perfect. The result of racial feeding is a decline in health of the nations involved and an increase in the death rate. In Warsaw, anemia rose 113% among Poles and 435 among Jews. The death rate per thousand in 1941 amounted in the Netherlands to 10%, in Belgium to 14.5%, in Bohemia and Moravia to 13.4%. The Polish mortality in Warsaw in 1941 amounted in July to 1,316, in August to 1,729, and in September to 2,160.
And this is very interesting here. So I skimmed this already, and one of the things that's going to come up is when they talk about health, they do not talk about medicine. They're talking specifically about literally just amenities for like keeping warm in the winter, having. Well, they do say medicine here, withholding firewood and medicine. Okay, well there you go. Well, never mind.
Oh no, but it is interesting that health there is far more than just medicine. It's
Yes.
quite literally like the ability to. I mean, one of the things that
Yeah, of course, because it's the means to keep yourself healthy. You cannot be healthy if you cannot keep warm, right?
queer people struggle with in general is being queer and being able to hold a job as a queer person. You know.
Yeah.
Right. You cannot be
As
healthy
an
if you
openly queer
cannot
person, being able to which
afford to
yeah.
Or something
And
Canadians don't deal with.
anything.
Is being able to hold a job, make rent, buy food, and afford your
True.
hormones.
Yeah, of
Because-
course. Yes.
Yeah, because I've been talking to a couple of people there, and it's horrific to hear about. Because here, you still pay for it, but it's heavily subsidized. So, you can typically get I don't know what the rates are for estrogen, but for testosterone, it typically comes to about $50 for enough that keeps you sustained for like 3 months.
Oh.
I'm hearing it's something to the tune of a few $100s for the equivalent amount.
Yeah, if you have no health care,
Yeah.
yeah. Over
Right.
like last 5 years or so, I've gone on and off HRT, not because I want to, but previously I wasn't making enough money with my partner, who was also trans and who didn't have health care. I had health care
Right.
through my parents because I was young enough at the time. I'm not anymore, but yeah, no, like we struggled. We had to more than once go off of our HRT because we couldn't afford it.
In
I'll
20
read this
minutes, we
section.
will have a
Which-
premiere.
Endangering of health. The
Sorry, it's
undesired
not
national-
awkward. It's not awkward silence. Just like,
No, it's just
Food
fucked.
coma.
It's dark.
oh, it's
No,
that
oh, I
too.
get
But
it.
I'm also like, yeah.
I mean, endangering of health. The undesired national groups, particularly in Poland, are deprived of elemental necessities for preserving health and life. This latter method consists, for example, of requisitioning warm clothing and blankets in the winter and withholding firewood and medicine. During the winter of 1940-41, only a single room in a house could be heated in the Warsaw Ghetto, and children had to take turns in warming themselves there.
Right.
No fuel at all has been received since then by the Jews in the ghetto. Moreover, the Jews in the ghetto are crowded together under conditions of housing inimical
The Warsaw Ghetto is quoted.
to health, and in being denied the use of public parks, they are even deprived of the right to fresh air. Such measures, especially pernicious to the health of children, cause the development of various diseases. The transfer in unheated cattle trucks and freight cars of hundreds of thousands of Poles from incorporated Poland to the government general which took place in the midst of a severe winter, resulted in a decimation of the expelled Poles.
This point about the denial of the use of public parks, that one stands out to me, especially with the heavy emphasis on trans people in sports. Because, while it's not true that trans people are being denied access to recreation, they are being denied access to recreation in schools under conditions where they're not being actively humiliated.
Yeah.
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 3. Mass killings. The technique of mass killings is employed mainly against Poles, Russians, and Jews, as well as against leading personalities from among the non-collaborationist groups in all the occupied countries. In Poland, Bohemia, Moravia, and Slovenia, the intellectuals are being, quote, liquidated because they have always been considered as the main bearers of national ideals, and at the time of occupation, they were especially suspected of being the organizers of resistance. The Jews, for the most part, are liquidated within the ghettos or in special trains in which they are transported to a so-called unknown destination. The number of Jews who have been killed by organized murder in all the occupied countries, according to the Institute of Jewish Affairs of the American Jewish Congress in New York, amounts to 1,702,500. The bit on intellectuals being the leading figures of a nation here is, I think, the non-German nation.
Yeah.
But for the people being occupied, that nation. Very interesting. We've heard the same exact thing for trans people, and really just for any level of progressive whatever. We heard it with BLM. The intellectuals at our universities are conspiring, and they're churning out these radicals who are gonna destroy our country. That we've heard.
Or like sustained efforts to abuse, like the reproducibility crisis in specific areas of the social sciences, to discredit entire fields of study so that you have an excuse to not engage with them at all. Because unfortunately, like a lot of these types of fine-grained cultural analyses that have made trans issues sort of legible to like a public discussion. Some of them come out of psychology. A lot of them come out of like English departments. Because like that's largely where we're going to be sort of interrogating and simulating like social issues is through writing and conversation. So it's going to be in like philosophy and English and the non-quantitative social sciences and things like that, where you're going to have a lot of this stuff parsed out, because that's where you like get your concepts from, more or less.
This is something that I really struggle with when I hear people talk about pink brain, blue brain studies.
Yeah.
Where and especially ones who use those to try to like deny the existence of non-binary people, where it's like you are doing absolutely no level of interrogation of those categories itself. Please hold on. Like I get that you really want like the good data behind you, but you gotta yeah.
Well, I mean, like case in point, how are you identifying a blue brain? Well, it's going to be an average. And it's going to be an average. Yeah. It's going to be an average that you derive primarily by excluding the exceptions, obviously. So it's just by introducing the binary at the outset, you've already precluded the possibility of there being anything outside of the binary, because that's what you're just sifting everything through.
Completely agree. Exactly.
True.
I can pick this up if you want.
Sure.
So in Luxembourg, with a
pick up moral.
Oh, were you at moral? Oh, you did this one already.
No. I was just gonna say I'll pick up moral after you, but you started. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Sorry. You can tell how awake I am right now. Religious. So in Luxembourg, where the population is predominantly Catholic and religion plays an important role in national life, especially in the field of education, the occupant has tried to disrupt these national and religious influences. Children over 14 years of age were permitted by legislation to renounce their religious affiliations, for the occupant was eager to enroll such children exclusively in pro-Nazi youth organizations. Moreover, in order to protect such children from public criticism, another law was issued at the same time, imposing penalties ranging up to 15,000 Reichsmarks for any publication of names or any general announcement as to resignations from religious congregations. I wish our money had a cool name like that, Reichsmarks. Like, that just sounds cool. Dollar does not.
Polish Goldens.
Likewise, in Poland, through the systematic pillage and destruction of church property and persecution of the clergy, the German occupying authorities have sought to destroy the religious leadership of the Polish nation. Dope.
Moral, in order to weaken the spiritual resistance of the national group, the occupant attempts to create an atmosphere of moral debasement within this group. According to this plan, the mental energy of the group should be concentrated upon base instincts and should be diverted from moral and national thinking. It is important for the realization of such a plan that the desire for cheap individual pleasure be substituted for the desire for collective feelings and ideals based upon a higher morality. Therefore, the occupant made an effort in Poland to impose upon the Poles pornographic publications and movies. The consumption of alcohol was encouraged, for while food prices have soared, the Germans have kept down the price of alcohol, and the peasants are compelled by the authorities to take spirits in payment for agricultural produce. The curfew law enforced very strictly against Poles is relaxed if they can show the authorities a ticket to one of the gambling houses which the Germans have allowed to come into existence.
Look. In the Republicans' defense, they haven't suggested that.
Have you seen any of we've been watching it. Have you seen any of Andor?
Not yet. The first episode was weak, but it had some really good acting in it, and I want to continue with it.
It is very good. I am not into any other current Star Wars media. I'm not trying to shill some. But it is actively we're on episode 6 or something, and it's already gotten into how the Empire is actively genociding multiple different groups of people. And one of the examples that they ended up showing was peoples who have to come walk to a sacred site or whatever that the Empire is actively fucking them out of, and is paying hide a literal pittance for an active. One of the things they explicitly bring up is these people have to walk X amount of days away to get to the sacred site, and we've placed cheap alcohol and cheap things cheap brothels and stuff like that along the way, where their group started as X thousand marching their way up here, their little pilgrimage up here. They are only 100 or so by the time they get here. They are very explicit in the various kinds of of this kind of stuff. It's actually been surprising.
Well, this is again, this is identical to what was done in America and Canada in a lot of cases. The history of the logic behind this, I'm not super familiar with, but I'd be very surprised if they didn't directly use that as a point of reference, because I mean it's smart. It's actually probably one of the more diabolical things on here, just because you have to be really fucking deliberately evil to want to do this. But it's smart. It's clever. Recommendations for the you went through all this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Recommendations for the future: prohibition of genocide and war and peace. The above-described techniques of genocide represent an elaborate, almost scientific system developed to an extent never before achieved by any nation. Hence the significance of genocide and the need to review international law in the light of the German practices of the present war. These practices have surpassed in their unscrupulous character any procedures or methods imagined a few decades ago by the framers of the Hague Regulations. I think what's really crucial here, and this is really where the danger lies, is that it's not in any particular policy being really, really bad, although that's bad by itself. The main issue is that if you've been paying attention to the audience, I know Doe's paying attention, through all of the institutional organs that were used to effect these genocidal moves, your country has those, all of them.
Right.
There is not a single thing here. There's not a single tentacle here for which either the United States or Canada is wanting. This could be enacted like that. The reason why this is particularly noteworthy here is because this is being done in an occupied territory. So it's the sophistication and sensitivity and power of basically what at one point in time was just referred to as the police, just all of the organs of like the state nervous system, effectively. That has now gained a remarkable imperial character by itself. And so, like, one of the things that really spooked a lot of people really early on is not just that, for example, once these territories were occupied, the Nazis were then persecuting minority groups within those occupied territories, but they were able to do so because previously,
when it comes to politics, it involves just executing people of
the
the
increased
street.
sophistication and networking of different national police organizations made the Germans immediately sensitive to the location of all these people as soon as they came in, whereas that wasn't always the case. It wasn't always the case that it was assumed you could have this level of fine-grained control over the social lives of all of your subjects and treat them as like a malleable resource in that way. That's a really recent development. And this is just the first case of it being deployed in such...
But yeah.
Not even the first case of it being deployed. It's the first case of it being deployed at such scale, at such in such an intense way. And in a way where it was so blunt, it was actually really obvious what was going on. Because again, like, all of the things that we've read about here, these were done to other groups prior. None of this is new. What's new is the fact that all of the powers of the state were deployed directly to that.
Right.
Some people call some of what you're describing the imperial boomerang, Foucault's boomerang, right? That colonial practices of policing are developed on colonial subjects and then sort of that's applied at home, you know?
I have a bunch of Foucault on my
it's
shelf
sort of-
right behind me, and that's actually a lie. Those are ones I actually haven't read yet, with the exception of The Government of Self and others. I'm horribly underread on that, but that's a cool term. Thank you for that. I cut you off. You were about to elaborate on something.
Oh no, I just think that's the that practice, the colonial practices will or colonial powers will try something on a new foreign population to sort of work out all the kinks of
Learn how to
having
use it
a
on themselves,
fine-grained- exactly, and then go apply it as normal police procedure back home, and then it just becomes normal.
Right.
These practices have surpassed in their unscrupulous character any procedures or methods imagined a few decades ago by the framers of the Hague Regulations. Nobody at the time could conceive that an occupant would resort to the destruction of nations by barbarous practices reminiscent of the darkest pages of history. Hence, many other items covered by the Hague Regulations, there are only technical rules dealing with some, but by no means all, of the essential rights of individuals, and these rules do not take into consideration the interrelationship of such rights with the whole problem of nations subjected to virtual imprisonment. The Hague Regulations deal also with the sovereignty of a state, but they are silent regarding the preservation of the integrity of a people. However, the
Interesting term, by the way.
Well, which one?
Virtual imprisonment?
Oh, yeah, that is actually.
You're not literally in prison, but we've put you in a situation such that your life itself, you know, your normal day-to-day
Keep
is...
in mind, Jewish
Well, that's a
people
good
were
point.
quite
And to
literally
return
imprisoned
back to the health
behind the wall.
section. When they mentioned blankets and furnaces and stuff like that, that directly corresponds to levels of technology at the time. We don't really consider blankets a key part of that in that way, because we have space heating in almost all of our houses, or we have air conditioning. We have good insulation. We have, and almost every public building has that as well. It's very rare that you find a building without heat these days.
True. That is true. Although heating can be turned
They are not saying,
off.
for example, they are being deprived of fields in which to farm, or they are being deprived of, they're being deprived of the.
Although central heating can be turned off, in which case suddenly blankets and little heaters become a commodity once again.
Standards of living at the time.
Electricity can be cut off.
It's not regarded as okay because technically they're alive. Similarly, like once you have a community that is conditioned to rely upon certain organs of distribution, such that there becomes a consistent relationship of this thing being present, health improves. This thing being taken away, health declines. Like the taking away
Oh.
of
It's time.
like it.
So we will continue this after the you know, I will stream some more after the premiere, but for now let's go to the premiere. I'm gonna press end stream. Let's premiere.